Righty ho. There we go. We have the music, thankfully. Oh, it's got a... Okay, I don't even know what we're doing. Oh, we're going to do metallic painting today. So, the only thing I just remembered, I see. Quickly go into studio mode to make sure my face appears on camera. Technically. Almost pressed the stop streaming button. That would have been an utter disaster. Hello. Hello there, Twitch. Hello there, YouTube. How are we doing today? Happy Monday. Last week of February. As we move directly, I was just checking something, move directly into March. Also known as the March for McCrag. Yes, Ultramarines. Ultramarine time is swiftly approaching, although I do have to attempt to try and find an old video on my catalogue of me painting an Ultramarine back for the previous March for McCrag. I got to find out what colours we need, because I need to make an order from Element Games. Yes, Element Games. What an excellent segue that was into Element Games for my affiliate link within the UK at least. Excellent way to support the stream. Gabba, let's be real. Ultramarines are awesome. I completely agree with you. Yes, you are completely accurate, and you are correct. Thank you for agreeing with me. However, I did see yesterday. Yesterday we got to talk. What's up, Leroy? How's it going? Happy Monday to you. We literally just pressed the go button. How are you doing today? Gives me a perfect opportunity to type into chat. Shout out. How was stream today? Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, folks. We're going to paint some miniatures. Although we did just start the stream, it usually takes us a while to get from the yapping part to the painting part. But that is on the agenda. There is a shout out right there. You click the follow button. You don't even have to leave this room. Make sure you're following Leroy. Thank you so much for the raid. Gabbo, we need to talk about the... well, we're going to have a look. I need to get the thing up on the screen. Oh, I also have a sneaky suspicion that I also have to check a Kickstarter, because there's 3 hours to go on it, and we need to look at it, because it's another Ultramarine in ad break. Oh, son of a bee sting. They should be deactivated for 63 minutes now. But we do have the latest news, which we will look at. Mostly work on Unreal 5. We got a few glitches you need to sort out off stream. Cursed glitches. I've just realized I've got Photoshop running on my computer. I was about to... Oh, I took a couple of pictures yesterday, and I've edited them. I just need to actually save them. Then I can actually have some images to post for, well, the end of this month. And sort of I got a load of miniatures that I need to finish, mostly just the bases. I just need to extract the digits and finish them. And then I've got a bunch more pictures to take, which is going to be a good time. But we're painting Red Butchers today, the World Eater Red Butchers. That is the plan on the... That's the thing for today. Yeah. So we will have a look at the Sunday preview, the Warhammer Sunday preview. Now that is an army box set. Like, I can't remember the most recent army box set. Was it sort of 12 miniatures or something? Oh, it was the Age of Sigmar one, wasn't it? I think it was 12 miniatures. And if I just type in Sunday preview, if I can figure out how to use this website, Sunday preview. What's the betting they don't do it by date? I tell a lie. They did do it by date. Yeah, it was the Gits. The Gits. That was 12 miniatures for an army box set. Then there was the Krieg box set, I believe. I know that was a bit before. I'm gonna have a quick look. Finally, tell me about it, Gabba. Tell me about it. But look, I mean, we will have a look at it. But the Krieg box set was how many miniatures? 18. 18 new minis. Doesn't sound right. One. Yeah, it was right. You're going to wait for their combat patrol? I am tempted to get this one. I am tempted to get this one. If I can get it from Element Games. I think that's the only caveat that I have to that. I think that's the only caveat to that sentence. If I can get it from Element Games, then I will. Because it's what, £145. I'm going to use my maths right now. And that's 20% off, I think. So that goes down to what? I'm not using my keyboard. £116 or £115? And I have a tiny bit of money on my Element Games account anyway. So I might be able to get it down to 100. The limited codex does look hot. Suits you, sir. Welcome back, Leroy. Welcome back. How's Unreal 5 treating you today? How was that treating you today? As I said last time, like I think I dabbled in Unreal 3 many moons ago, obviously. Well, actually, hold on. Let me see how many moons that would have been. Open new window. Unreal. I think it was Unreal 3 engine. Maybe 2006 that was released. When was Unreal 4 knocking around? Maybe it was Unreal 4. Hold on, I am not even looking because I'm looking at my so I'm using StreamerBot for to read chat, and that unfortunately means I miss out on no, it wasn't. It wasn't auto mod. Blender 2, Unreal 5. Oh, the Blender to Unreal 5 pipeline is a little cursed. That didn't auto mod, no. At least I don't think so. No, it didn't. How cursed is it? Is it a bit of a nightmare? There must be. Oh, maybe there's a tool. Maybe there's a paid-for tool which makes things easier. It went blank for 5 secs. Oh, okay. You know what? I have a sneaky suspicion. I dabbled in Unreal just as Unreal 4 came out. I think I might have picked it up then and been so confused I didn't really dabble much further in it, which is irritating because I think it would have been neat. But it would only have been using it for architectural visualization, which is actually, I see it, they've got an image on the Wikipedia thing for Unreal 4. Because that's what I was planning on using it for, sort of Unreal, sort of house walkthroughs or, that kind of stuff. What are we missing from? We're missing something from here. It's this, isn't it? So hello YouTube, hello Twitch. How are we doing today? If you are indeed on YouTube, don't forget to smash that like button. If you are on Twitch, don't forget to use your channel points. Get them done nice and early. Don't miss out on any of those. Blender's FBX export is super convoluted. You know, I can't even remember off the top of my head what FBX stands for. It's hashtag literally... Actually, when did I stop doing 3D modeling? 2000 I mean, maybe a decade ago. Maybe a decade ago, potentially. Maybe potentially a decade ago. I might have to dabble again. No, but does it stand for something? FBX. But it is game assets. Are the bones faced the wrong direction? Oh, that's a nightmare. That is a nightmare. Ah, it's all right. It's all right. It's like I'm vaguely familiar with a lot of terms when it comes to 3D modeling and like not so much rigging and stuff like that, because frankly that terrified me. Coming up with rigs, I just did props, like literally props, and there wasn't a huge amount because they were all just static props. They weren't going to be used for. They were generally not going to be used to be sort of interacted with, so I didn't need to worry about stuff like that. But I suppose I did model some weaponry, like guns and things, which would have needed some sort of animation action, and potentially bones or whatever. You need to leave them facing the wrong direction. Oh, God. You need to leave them facing the wrong direction? That sounds really... Why don't they fix it? Why don't they fix it? That's my question. I've been working on sci-fi guns for your games. I mean, I could have shown you. Although my website appears to be down, so I can't. I don't actually know what happened to my web. Oh, you know what happened. You know what happened. I can tell you. My website, because the hosting changed. It completely ruined my website. Not that it was a great website. It's just a repository of my old pictures and things that I modeled. But I would like to get back to prop making though, although specifically for miniatures, and stuff like that. Anyway, we are painting today. It's industry standard for Unreal. Well, it's a nightmare, isn't it? That is a nightmare. So we are going to be painting. I have done a little bit of work on these. They are slightly out of focus. Slightly out of... Okay. So we are working on these chaps. Mostly today. I might have to build an ultramarine today. And we do have to paint an ultramarine on either tomorrow, assuming I have the right colours, or Friday. Probably Friday, just as a warm-up going into next month, which is nothing but painting blue people. It's a whole month of painting blue people. So yes, we've got 5 of these boys. We got to do some paint chipping. We got to do some metal painting, which frankly I was doing last night while watching a film, and it was driving me around the bend. I'm really not. This is the only reason why I want this. This is specifically the only reason why I want to paint non-metallic metals. Is because I hate painting metallics with metallic paint. But I'm not really, for an army, I'm not really overly enamored with it as an aesthetic. So that's why we use metallic paints. Well, I'm not massively keen on it, but it's one or the other, and I can't make my mind up which I hate the most. So I will put these lads in front of me so we can have access to them. We got the bronze paint. We got to get the steel paint if I can find it, which is probably over there. Gabba, ever thought about doing ultra? I haven't actually. I honestly, I can't do it this year. I can't do it this year because I've got 50. I've got 50 geezers right here. Okay. Ready to be painted, basically. Just to basically finish all of the army geezers in my second company. Let's actually before we start painting, let's have a. Oh, hello, wrong one. I didn't mean that button. Let's have a quick look at Ultramarine successor chapters because I could be very easily swayed. Easily. So, what's up, Stabby? How you doing, you saucy rascal? Don't forget to use your channel points. On the goal. Successors. This is the Reddit post. Holy moly. Alright. Are these all? See, I know I painted a Castellan of the Rift. Right. Hopefully that's changed the button. We'll have this chat now. In preparation for March from a Crag. So, my original plan was painting, working on my first company for March from a Crag next year. However, Gabba's now put into my head that maybe successor chapter is an option. It's definitely an option. So, I remember initially thinking Castellans of the Rift would be a good shout. Potentially. Aurora chapter. I like the green. I don't know any of the lore, so that's an issue. First company are they're veterans. They're not always Terminators. I think the majority of them are. I mean, I was originally planning on doing 100 Terminators, but I've since managed to wrangle my brain. I don't know if this is correct. And frankly, I don't care if it is correct entirely. But I'm going to do 20 regular... Oh, God, what was the number I did? Was it 20 regular Terminators, 20 Assault Terminators? Only once they bring the Assault Terminators out, of course. 20 Stern Guard? That'd be 60. 10 or 20 veteran geezers? 10 Blade Guard vets? I don't know. Maybe I need to do 40 Terminators of each variety. No, 30 Terminators of each variety. Let's do that instead. I do have 5 of the old Terminators though, like the old style ones. And I think I have maybe 15 of the new ones. My initial plan was basically a bunch of Terminators, Stern Guard vets, a squad or two of just regular power armored veterans, and some Blade Guard vets. I'm not really sure whether Blade Guard veterans sit within the army structure as it is, though. They might just be random geezers. Anyway. But I'm very, very happy to be told actually what the consistency is of the Ultra. Like, I do agree that I think I've always thought of the Ultramarines first company as all Terminators, because they basically got decimated almost when that Tyrannid thing landed, and they were defending the North Pole. The entire first company. So Castellans of the Rift, I remember liking them a lot, or maybe it was just the name I liked. The Aurora chapter, I like the green. Black consoles, we could do those, and they could be, oh no, sort of. They're Verge. I mean, this is the same insignia as the So I was going to say the Raven Guard, but in my mind was saying the Raptors, I think. Who else we got? Fire Angels. Emperor's Spears? Gabba, you didn't have anything to do with them, did you? Also, how's the painting? Are you okay now? The Doom Legion? Honestly, with a name like that, all the Doom Eagles. Honestly, with a name like the Doom Legion, I would be very happy to... I would be very happy painting Doom Legion. Fulminators, yes. Genesis chapter. Oh, Howling Griffins. Now listen. That's Darth Yoda. I'm going to buy this and paint this on stream. We do have... I have been looking at Howling Griffins impulsor doors. So I could potentially... like, Howling Griffins are a bit of a temptation, which is very irritating. You stop painting it hurt too much? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. I hope that you get back to ASAP. I.e., I hope you recover ASAP. Marines Errants, Inceptors. The Iron Snakes? Surely they get defeated by the Tunnel Snakes, though. Because the Tunnel Snakes rule. Liberators. I've already got a yellow army. I don't want to paint... As much as I enjoy painting yellow, I'm good. Mortifactors. I was going to say a bit too much going on, and then there's yellow and red quartered there. Nemesis, Nova Marines, yes, of course. Oh, who are these lads? The Obsidian Jaguars. Jaguar. Never heard of them. Patriarchs of Ulixis, never heard of them. Praetors of Orpheus. Rainbow Warriors. Scythes of the Emperor. Oh, Scythes of the Emperor. I mean, they are tempting. I know a lot of people have been painting them recently because of certain things they've seen on the internet. Although I have seen a bunch of people paint it orange. Very naughty. Should be yellow, obviously. Emperor Spears are an awesome chapter, currently helping the Celestial Lions. Oh, because I remember... Were you umming and ahhing about painting them at some point? Or do I... Have they come out with a box of transfers for them? I'm not a box of transfers. Has there been a transfer? I don't know. They're in my head for some reason a bit more than most other sort of successor chapters. Orange. Unfortunately, Gabba, the light on the Astartes 2 video, right? The light that they were shot in made the yellow look a bit more orange than it is. So you see a bunch of grey Marines and orange. Now, if you want to paint them like that, whatever, groovy. An orange and grey is a great color scheme. I do genuinely like the orange and grey color scheme. But if I was going to do the Scythes of the Emperor, then obviously, like a good boy, I would paint them correctly. Well, paint them yellow and grey. Years ago, they did a special release for the book. Because I seem to remember trying to hunt down a couple. I've got some. Is it Wolf Spear? Was that a book? Was that a transfer sheet? I have a transfer sheet of sort of some successor chapter of Space Wolf type things somewhere. And I could have sworn I picked up another transfer sheet of something else. Silver Templars, Silver Skulls, Silver Eagles, Sons of Bobby G, Sons of Arar, Tome Keepers, Void Tridents, White Consoles, Brazen Consoles, Angels of Fury. Angels of Fury. So out of this list, if I would happily paint like for March from a Crag 2026. Hypothetically. I would happily paint like a small, like a combat squad or basically a combat patrol's worth of miniatures for that. If I had been streaming and able to paint this time last year, we would be at the point where I would be doing this potentially now. But unfortunately, these lads need to get painted. I've had them for 18 years, and they need, or 16 years, and they need paint on them. So they are getting done this year. Next year, Size of the Emperor potentially. I'm just going on a visual look. I'll have to look a bit more into them. Howling Griffins I want to paint as Primaris minis at some point anyway. At least a squad of them. I say Primaris. Do I want Primaris or do I want proper lads? And I'm not sure. Not sure the content of them yet. Hawk Lords, they're tempting. Doom Legion, they're tempting. Emperor's Spears, I reckon they're up there along with... I reckon Emperor's Spears alongside Howling Griffins. Aurora Chapter. Castellans of the Rift. Was there one I was missing? There might have been one chapter which was also tempting. Oh, Size of the Emperor. There's a lot of Howling Griffin fans, yeah. I think that might be down to Badab War. There are a lot of fans of the Badab War. Badab? Whatever that war was called. I think there's a lot of fans of that, and that might be as a result. But I do want to paint like a bunch of... like a squad and a leader, or a squad and a tank, or a squad and a dreadnought of as many of the Badab War things as possible. That is going to be that'll be a whole YouTube project for lovely folks to watch on YouTube. When after they've busy smashing the like button, hitting the subscribe button, and all that kind of YouTube stuff that we know and love. Right there. Hold on, that's base sizes. What am I clicking on? Have you seen this? Just to quickly... Where is he? Oh, hello. I'll deploy... Is this still going? Yeah, 3 hours left. 3 hours left on the Fists of Dominion. Now, let's have a look at the Sunday preview then we can get to the painting. So, 33 Marines. I mean, for an army of, like, Space Marines especially... I mean, this is more than the Death Corps of Krieg box set, which had 18 miniatures. Admittedly, a good bunch of them were on horses. I think 10, 12 of them might have been on horses. 11 of them might have been on horses, but whatever. These are power armored geezers, and obviously better. But I mean, look at this. Look at this. He's joined by 6. So there's this geezer, Lord Exultant. 6 Noise Marines. And then 20 Space Marines, which can be built either as with a choice of accessories and customization. Okay, so you get 20. So wait, hold on. Did it say 33 brand new miniatures? What am I missing out here? You get him. 2 units of 6 Noise Marines. I completely derped that. 2 units of 6 Noise Marines. Okay. I completely misread that. I thought it said two units of 3 Noise Marines for some reason. So it's 20, 32, and then him 33. Then you get this sweet book. Now, I'm not really one for custom, like, I'm not massively bothered by saucy books, but this one is actually rather saucy. And that's plenty for me to do as a small army to play at my GW with. I completely understand that. I completely understand that. I'm going to have a chat with myself. I suspect the price will be 116 or whatever it is when it comes out. If it's available, like next Saturday morning, if it's available and I can order it, I probably will order it. Because I do, as I said, I do have like 10 or 15 pounds on my Element Games thing already. So that would knock it down to 100. I'll have to chat to myself. I'll have to see. That old school art is awesome. Yeah, I love it. And as this is coming from someone who's not really massively. I've never in the past been particularly bothered by Slaanesh. I've always been a bit more Nurgly and Zinchi. I totally blame the Emperor's Children though. They do have very snazzy armor, and I like painting purple. So. That's why you know, there might be a slight fall to Slaanesh in that regard. So, but there's also the Combat Patrol Eldari. And obviously I did actually wiggle my eyebrows at this one, Gabba. It's got your warp spiders, right? It's got your thingies. What are they called? Dire Avengers, and it's got these Wraith Geezers at the back. Now, I have Lickhiss and Azerman already. So, those... And then it's got some... I do kind of like these. Because they're not fleshy elves. I like the robotic things. Going to do them all in 30k colours. You think this is bad? Well, honestly, I don't know if I mean, technically, from a YouTube point of view, and I could potentially do it as a YouTube video. I just can't afford it. On top of that army set, it's one or the other at best. And honestly, the Emperor's Children army set is way more tempting than Elves will ever be. I do want to get a squad of each of these at some point, but. Like, I'm really not really sold by masses of elves. You know? Yeah. Especially at 80 odd quid. How much are Craftworlds? If they had a couple of the newer kits, how old is the Dire Avengers kit? Okay, so that's 34. It's older than I'm thinking, isn't it? I think the Dire Avengers are an older kit than I'm thinking than they are. This is the problem. Like, a lot of the elves are old. So, Leroy, I'm just trying to find them. What are they called again? Really? The Dire Avengers are 2000... Are they? What am I getting confused with? So, the Dire Avengers, Leroy. Okay. I did not know that. I thought they were actually... Oh, God. Oh, God, yes. Look at the old logo. Oh, God. Yeah, Gabba, I'm completely with you now. I was under the impression these were a lot more recent. Yeah, okay. Well, 23 quid is... Look, I mean, the thing is already, I've already got an itchy nose. I have some Howling Banshees to paint. I have a few other elves. I've got the Dubry Firkin. What's his name? I got Jane Czar, right? I got her knocking around. I don't think I have him, although I've always wanted him. So I've got I got Eldrad Ulfin, and I have for someone who hates elves, not into elves, I have quite a few of them. I've got an Avatar of Cain knocking around as well. So I think I've really got enough to be going on with Elfie-wise. I think Emperor's Children are going to be the way forward when it comes to Elf. For the moment, especially now clarified that set is 2004. I honestly thought I thought it would come out like 2018 for some reason. No idea what that's based on, but that's what it's based on. So okay. So they've only got one new kit, maybe this. I don't know how old that is. That is a shame. Bunch of books. All right. Bam, 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 bam. Right. Did we stop? We did stop Photoshop. Okay. Are the New Guardians? When are how new are the New Guardians? Please educate me, because I'm really not that. Because I've never really bothered with them a huge amount. I don't really know. They're not my massively not my cup of tea really. All right. Oh god, this is part of the reason why I need a haircut. The hair keeps getting in the way of the camera. We're getting major amounts of fluff on this side. I'm hoping this. I really hope this week I can get a haircut, and then I won't. Then I'll have even less of an excuse to make a proper YouTube video rather than having fluffy hair all over the place. 22. Oh, okay. Okay. Maybe that's what I'm getting confused with. Folks, we do have a bit of steel to paint on these lads. I will get it in focus as well, hopefully. I'll just lean this against that and then attempt to get this in focus. There we go, that'll work. So like I said, we do have the trim to put these trim bits there. Those are going to get painted steel. Okay. The inside. So these teeth are wrapped around an earth. Well, I say an earth, a planet. They're called world eaters for a reason. I was just thinking of painting the worlds within these bits steel, and then if there was, let me see if I can find a slightly more obvious one. There is a raised bit. There is a raised circle here. I don't know if I can. I don't think there's. I don't think there's any sort of raised world, so to speak, sort of contours on that. I was going to say if there are any sort of. I think on some of them they have raised bits of texture indicating a bit of hill and then a bit of water. I was going to plan on painting the water silver and the raised bits like a dark steel, so there's a bit of differentiation. I don't know if we'll be doing that. It does, I promise. Like, can you see on this arm right here? Can you just about see there's a bit of shading going on? We might attempt to do that on that arm there. We do have some bronze to be painting on this guy. We got to paint like the spiky bits. Bronze. The teeth bronze, and there is a little bit of a world there, so that's going to get painted steel. Or was I going to... Oh, flipping Nora. Was I going to paint this entire chunky plate brass? I think I might have been planning on painting the entire chunky plate brass, and it was This one, oh crikey, this one that I was going to do, the spikes brass. That's what I was going to do. I got a really itchy nose, and I did break one of the weapons on stream on Friday. I think I managed to pin it back together using immense skill, obviously. It is a bit wobbly, but I mean, it looks a bit. But maybe he just whacked someone really hard. It bent the axe handle a little bit. I reckon that's what really happened. So, we're going to do any little bits of brass that we need to do, and then we'll do the steel, and then we can actually move on to itching my nose. I hate it when I have. And these are the shoulder pads. These are all basically ready to go, except we need to glaze in a little bit of shadow. For about a quarter of that needs to be shadow, likewise, and then the middle section will be just the same bright red. But we do need some of that. So we have the burnt red ready to go. But without further ado, I got to start, otherwise I'm just going to carry on chatting. And that's going to be an utter disaster for the sake of the stream. I was planning on potentially doing a little bit of building an Ultramarine. Because I found I have the old Stern Guard kit, like the old plastic Stern Guard. I have 5 of the other metallic Stern Guards somewhere in the box. But I have a plastic set of the old Stern Guard, which they come with 6 torsos, or like torso fronts, I should say. Now, I need to make a captain. I reckon I could pilfer one of those torsos front bits and use that for the captain, or I've already built the champion. Somewhere. Champion is right here. And he's a bit, I mean, he's not basic, but I mean, he's got red. Like, I'm not unhappy with him at all. He's looking snazzy as far as I can. I honestly think the base needs more work. But I think once I've got all 104 of these geezers sitting next to each other, we'll do a painting pass, which is going to drive me around the bend. But that's a future Badger problem. But yeah, so I reckon for the captain or the banner bearer, we might just try and find a snazzier torso and roll with that. Pinch that from the Stern Guard set. We can have a look at that at some point. I wish kind of that's how they did Primaris. I wish that they did snazzy torsos. So you could just like, rather than upgrade, well, alongside upgrade sprues, right? You know? It's actually been so long since I've built a Primaris miniature. I can't remember how they're built. But, whatever. We are going to be using Pro Acryl Bronze. You preferred a lot of the 3rd edition to Primaris? That's from the old Command Squad. It was indeed from the old Command Squad, yeah. Yeah. So we got... There's the medic that I painted. I wasn't massively happy with him. Oh, you know what? I've just realized I need to find... Oh, I need to find the box where I've got all the transfers. Because I need... Yeah, I wasn't massively pleased with this one. I was a bit sort of grumpy with it. I'm like, you know, I might have to go back and tart him up a little bit. But yeah, that was the old Command Squad. I've got the banner bearer. I got the banner bearer bit of the sprue right here. If I can find either a second company transfer for a banner, I will get it. I think I've seen a 3D printable one. You know, like with the sort of second company stuff on it. So I am tempted to maybe do that, but I got a bit of time. Primaris have no style and knees look too big. Yeah, I mean, it is a strange thing from a painting kind of thing from the painting side of things. I do enjoy painting a Primaris Space Marine just because there's a little bit more wiggle room. However, growing up, getting into the Space Marines, etc., like very, very, very late 80s, early 90s, my one kind of, I'm not going to say my one true love, but I would probably go, it's probably why I'm leaning a bit more towards the Horus Heresy at the moment as well, to be honest. I do like the older marks of armor. Okay, we need to get a little bit of a wiggle on, otherwise it's going to turn into a just chatting stream, like always. So we're going to... That bottom bit's going to be steel. These spikes are going to be bronze. Okay, let's get a little bit... I'm really umming and ahhing about painting this entire chunky bit full-on bronze. I think it's what needs to happen, but I'm just rather nervous about it. Like, lore-wise, I'm not really into the Primaris. They don't really do huge amounts for me. The one time they make a Firstborn Marine and then copy the perspective mess up from that Black Templar artwork. Hold on, which one are we talking about? I'm just going to quickly go and do these spikes before we... Oh, the Castellan. The Castellan. Do I like that one? I'm trying to remember. Is that... Ah. This one? I've never liked this axe about. I'm not really sure what I think. I haven't got this miniature, so I'm not entirely sure what I think of it. But this axe has always looked weird to me. Not necessarily the shape of the axe, but the fact that he's just like, hello. It's like waving a little flag at some sort of local event. You know, a little country flag or whatever. Or like, go team. He's presenting the axe to them. Okay, yeah, exactly. I don't have this mini, as far as I know. I'm not massively... Yeah, it's mostly the axe. It just looks a bit weird. It looks wrong in 3D. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, maybe at one time I'll get around to getting that miniature and be like, yo. Da, 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 da. The knees and shoulders look good. Nice bit of shoulder. Yeah. Yeah, this one I'm umming and ahhing. Do you see this? Do you see this panel right here? It's on a red, like the rest of his armor's red, and he's got this sort of extra thick chunk bolted on. Do I paint that bronze? It's like an extra chunky bit. I suppose they all... I mean, this one's got the extra chunky bit as like... he's all extra chunk. Straight out of the Goonies. Hold on. But the idea of buying it to just hack the axe into the right perspective just seems off. Unfortunately, well, a lot of people are quite happy to do this stuff like that. I've never been massively into doing conversions, but I would like to attempt to do more this year. But we're already verging on March. March is already written off due to the amount of Ultramarines I got to paint. So then we're into April. Yeah, I don't know. Also, the new inbox 3rd edition models I got for making a Black Templar army would look out of scale that mini. But just do just use... I mean, do you play the game? I don't technically play the game. I've not played the game since 2001. So I'm not bothered. In the future, I would like to play a game, which is why I do have some... I think my Imperial Fists will be my Space Marine army for current 40k if I were ever to play a game of it. But I can't see it happening anytime soon, so I'm not really bothered. I'm struggling to get this little bit of paint on. Does the armor panel stand? It does stand out 100%. Not on this one so much. This one, it's just like a... It's literally just this shape. Just bolted on, really. It doesn't blend in. Your dad is getting... Oh, crikey. How long has that been in the... How long has he been on... Has that been on the agenda for? Few months, crikey. Well, it's going to be... It's going to be a good thing to have done, like, and have in the past, right? I'm glad they're doing it, basically, and you're not having to wait around ages, like huge amount of time. And obviously, recovery is going to be stressful, but it will be definitely worthwhile. Needs a bypass like Grandma had when she was alive. So, Wolfie? I think that's the first time I've ever called you Wolfie. I don't know how much you like that. I don't know. Maybe I should just get Powerwolf. How you doing, dude? Happy Monday. Believe it or not, the survival rate for that is... Really? Well, that is good. It might be genetic. You've been called... I think it's the first time I've called it. I've said that out loud. I don't know what came over me. I do apologize. It feels slightly weird. It might be genetic. Yeah, but the thing is, it might not be. It might not be, Leroy. You know? And even if it is genetic, it doesn't mean it's going to necessarily happen. Like, you might be on the... I don't know the biological ways of saying these things. You might be on the sort of like less prone to it side of things. It's like routine surgery now. It's absolutely, yeah. It's definitely major surgery. I'm not gonna pretend otherwise. I mean, the thing is, right? I don't. Well, I'll happily talk about. I've got epilepsy, so like, I have to be somewhat wary and stuff like that. I mean, there's technically a chance I could just fall over and bonk my head open, and that's it for me. You know, at any time. Which is a fun thought, which I try not to think about it too much, but it is what it is, you know, one of those things. You just have to try and get on with stuff as much as possible. You need to work out more, do more swimming. Swimming, I don't know if there's a swimming pool near here. I do need to do more stuff though. Are we done by other means? Sweet robots. The other far less invasive. Yeah, that is true. And rowing. I used to row. I used to have a rowing machine, and then I actually had to sell that. Maybe getting another rowing machine at some point might be a goal. Obviously, we got the massive Twitch goal ahead of us, but maybe in the future getting another rowing machine. I always liked that. I mean, I've never really liked it. I know a lot of people do exercise and be like, "Oh yeah, I feel great. I love it." Even when I was going to the gym 6 days a week, on top of biking into work, on top of doing a very active job, going to the gym, like I never liked it. Like I was probably in the best shape of my life then, and I never liked going to the gym. I just found it utterly tedious. I just did the motions and did the stuff, and I hate it. I was like, I just don't want to be doing this. It's terrible. I could be reading a book. I could be painting a miniature. I could be flirting with my girlfriend or whatever, you know. Far more important things to be doing than flexing all the muscles. I was still sure you forgot to turn off OBS. I've done that before a few times. I need to figure out a way of doing it so that as soon as I raid out, it automatically, like it waits a minute and then bonks it on the head or something like that. That would be great. You got a rowing machine? What do you have? What brand? Do you have like a I was going to say, do you have a proper rowing machine? I used to have a. Oh God, what are those? What are those ones you see in the gyms? I used to have one of those rowing machines, and I used to have an app to it, and I used to row. I did a fair amount of kilometers every day on it. Anyway, it was a good rowing machine. Concept 2. Yeah, I had one of those. It was good. And I had it plugged into my phone, and you know I had the app, and I had all the all the tracking and all that kind of stuff. I reckon maybe in the future I could potentially get another rowing machine. In 30 years, more likely they'll clean out your internals with nanobots. Just replace them entirely with nanobots, Powerwolf. That's what I reckon. Just swap out any parts which can go wrong and just replace it with nanobots. In my case, my brain. It might ruin my memory, but at least I won't have seizures anymore. That would be nice. And my knees, actually, while you're at it. My knees as well. That'd be sweet. If you can swap my knees out for ones which aren't hopeless, I would love it. I like being at the gym, but drive, yeah. See, I can't, because of the epilepsy, I can't drive. I can drive very well, but I have to be seizure-free to drive legally. So I just ended up selling my car, which sucks because I used to love driving a lot. Literally same as my gym had. Yeah, exactly. Like you seen the GT? No, I haven't. I have not seen that push bike. No. He only strengthens one muscle now for his beloved. One set of muscles. No comment. That's a fun way to do exercise bike. See, I always thought something like that for the rowing machine would be pretty sweet as well. Just like rowing along a river, or not a river, a lake. I was always thinking of rowing along a lake. Although it would have been a really long, skinny lake, but looking at sort of like the forest and whatnot going by and all that kind of stuff. I'd rather have your own fleshy machinery. You don't want to turn into Senator Armstrong. I don't know. I would. I don't know. I would probably swap out as much as I would definitely swap out the knees without a doubt. The knees would go in a heartbeat. Be like, right, you've been hopeless for 28 years now. Yeah, you've been hopeless for at least 28 years. You've not improved. I've done all the exercises and things that the doctors suggested and the physios, and they've all been wrong. They've all been talking out of their posteriors. It's time for the new robotic knees of doom. Thank you very much. Okay. So we got brown wibbly wobbly bits. Brown, bronze. We're going to do a steel wibbly wobbly bit there. We got the... I'm not really sure. Those are going to be steel. This thing here, I'm not sure what I'm doing. Like, I don't... Oh, I got a cataphracti... Hold on. Where is he? So I got this bloke. What have we done here? Ah, okay. So we've done white with a little bit of steel. Ah, okay. Okay then. Okay. All right. Well, we can fix that. I think that little bit there is going to be bronze, though. Whatever that is on top. Oh, hold on. I just need to make sure my coffee cup's actually heating up. I do agree, though, that that sort of stuff of VR, what's it like on an indoor swimming pool and indoor swimming pool? That would be weird. Like on a bike, on a VR bike does sound like a good plan, and I would. Have I just made a catastrophic error? If they had that for a rowing machine, I'd be all over that. I was always wanting that when I was using the rowing machine. We're not even painting on camera. Majestic. I obviously only do that to harvest people saying, "Oh, you're not painting on camera." Okay. So we painted there, the padlock things, that thing. It's all going to give us a good chance to do some verdigris and stuff like that. We need to do a little paint of white and stuff. Let's just get all these little weird things done. Okay. Got itchy nose again. I'm going to have to drink some coffee. I don't think the coffee defeats the itchy nose, but I just realised I actually need to drink some coffee. I've only had 2 cups today. It's feel absolutely terrible. More caffeine is required. Well, I'm glad, touch wood, that the jets have stopped flying over today. They were flying over a fair amount this morning, and I don't know how far away they are, like either vertically or sort of how far away, like sort of as the crow flies. But they were flying near, and like the miniatures and some of the things in the room were shaking. They were very loud. So we are going to do... So when I'm painting some of this metal, I'm really thinking to myself, what is going to be a good excuse to do some weathering? For example, when it comes to the weathering, it's some of the placement is really just down to where I want to do weathering. And what, for example, so the bronze stuff, we get a bronze patina or patina, right? So as you can see with this one, wherever the bronze is, we add a little bit of we do a little sort of wash of turquoise lights. We do actually have copper oxide patina. So I normally just use this. My hair is going full on fluffy. I normally just use this Abtialung 502. Has been rebranded to it is rebranded to this. I purchased this by accident before I found all my oil paints again. Do you reckon I can build them? Do you reckon I can build the RAF? So Abtialung 502, I bought and used these a bunch. Well, not a bunch. I mean, look how much was used before I had to pack up and move house. But I could have swore I was really struggling to find all of my oil paints. So I thought, okay, I'm going to buy the bare minimum and hope that I find them soon. So I bought this one. So Abtialung 502 is always, I think it's always been, or it certainly has been purchased by AK Interactive, and they got sort of rebranded to this. So we do the turquoise lights, but we also have the copper oxide patina as well. Patina. Yes. Oh, crikey. So basically, I just really look at the miniature and go, what can we do with the weathering situation? So the bronze, I mean, I could have painted the trim of that steel potentially, like this. That bit there was always going to be bronze, but this could have been steel potentially. That bit there could have been steel, but it adds an extra color in, a nice jazzy sort of turquoise color. And for that, I'm all about it. We need one more geezer. Here we go. I must back that Kickstarter before it expires. I have to. There are so many good Kickstarters out there. I'm still waiting. On files from one of the Kickstarters that I backed there, it's driving me around the bend. And I know they're an active person. I know they're an active company because I keep seeing them log into Instagram, and it's driving me around the bend. It's driving me around the bend, and all I ever needed was you in my arms. That looked pretty good on the copper Northumbrian pennies you just put paint on. You should get some. Treat yourself. Treat yourself. That's what I say. It would be rude not to. It would be rude not to. That's all I got to say. Dun, 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 dun. Sorry, I'm not doing Kickstarter thing. I'm going to show you the Kickstarter that I want, that I'm waiting for, really. And it's just doing my brain in. Doing my brain in! So I backed on the merchant tier, as you can see. Far off merchants. Mostly, I just saw this. I saw this statue and thought, bleep, yeah. I want to be all over this. That's a really... I mean, it could well be just down to the paint job. In which case, I'm going to be absolutely ruined. But I just really want to paint this goblin riding a pig. It's awesome. And I'm waiting... Because I purchased the merchant tier for it. I also get access to this and these. But I also got auxiliary merchant tiers for... I believe this scenery. Not that pig. The unicorn and come on, can we guess the dragon throne? Okay, so I believe I've got this scenery as well, merchant tier for it. And it's getting slightly frustrating because I would like to be able to sell these things, and not being able to, not being able to get the things that you paid for is slightly irritating. So yeah, I think I got this as well. And there's this person riding a furry creature of some variety. There are some pretty snazzy minis that I would like to paint at some point anyway, which will be good. And also snazzy scenery, which I'm always a bit of a hussy for. So hopefully I'll get this resolved sooner rather than later, because they did another Kickstarter recently, and I did get in touch with them about this, and they got blanked, which was not ideal. However, I'm gonna put it down to, I don't know, something at the moment. All right, we're going to paint the entire chunk of that. Problem is, there's a lot of this is a lot of. We could break it up with some panel lining of just red, rather than painting this entire extra chunk of solid brass. Then again, we're gonna do it because I think some of his other companions, that's going to be a big chunk of brass. This is a bit of a situation. Okay, so this weird bit here is also all solid brass as well, which is also very nice from red. So that is a lot of brass. Or brass? Actually, they've all got a fair amount of it, except he's also got it. The leader of the pack, Vroom Vroom, he also has he's got spiky nipples. Always a fun time. Although this one has a raised bit right here. We could potentially just paint this raised bit. Just around there. It's a tiny little bit. That could be brass, and just leave the chunky bit and the spikes bronze. This bloke, I mean, they all have some kind of extra armor bolted on. Oh, God, mentally struggling at the moment. Let's have a look at this geezer. What have we done here? Leave as much red as possible and just paint the trim. So that's... I mean, he's got a bit of red on him. I'm going to leave him for a minute. He's looking okay. I mean, we're going to paint a bit of that steel anyway. He's got the lip up here. I think we could do a... This lip, I guess that could be bronze. Okay, we're just going to have to bite the bullet. I might regret this. I may or may not regret this, but we're going to have to do it. Because otherwise we're just going to get nowhere. We've got to make progress. Progress? It's happening. Ooh! At the speed of a startled slug. So let's do it. Traitor Guardsman, hello there. How are you doing today? How is life with yourself? Happy Monday. I hope you're well. These are World Eaters, yes. So my World Eaters, I will show you the... So what my general plan is for my World Eaters, okay? The regular geezers are going to be painted traditional-like, i.e. white and blue. This is Mr. Fister. I really like this miniature a lot. I really like this mini a lot. Yeah, so he's looking like that's how the majority of the army I'm wanting to look, white with the blue armor. That's what I want them to look. However, the veterans... I don't quite know when they started painting like shoulder pads red and stuff like that. But in my world, the veterans started painting their red bits red. I guess they're a bit more, I don't know, whatever the word is. So the veterans, the chapter leaders, etc., get some red in them. The red butchers, it's all about the branding, baby. It's all about the branding. So they have a bit of red on them. The dreadnoughts, spider dreadnoughts, I think we're going to paint red. I'm not sure. We're doing that next month. I've got to cram that in alongside 52 other Ultramarines. Is that 3D printed? In all of my World Eaters are 3D printed currently. Yeah. My Imperial Fists and my Death Guard are all GW stuff. But I wanted to do an entire army of 3D printed things, just to see if I can do it. I know many other people have done it already. I've printed out a Rhino. I've got a Land Raider right here. Ooh. I've got a Kratos right here. Yeah, so I know these things. And I got my Spider Dreadnought, who's also 3D printed. Do you live near Manchester Airport or one of the others in the country? I do not. No. Oh. Hold on. No, I don't live near Manchester. I don't know where I mean, I know where I live. I don't know where my nearest airport is. I'm going to Google it, though. Looks better than a GW Mini. Wiggly eyebrows. That's all I got to say. Wiggly eyebrows. Oil paint for glow effects. Yeah, I don't know if I have seen. I probably have and not even realized. I could well have done that. Where is my nearest airport? I know we got like RAF bases and things nearby. Chocolate Land Raider. I know it does look rather tasty. It is a tasty morsel. There's an RAF base. There are some airfields. A couple of RAF bases. I don't know where the nearest, like there's Norwich Airport. It's an aerodrome. These are like not a bit nearby at all, really. I don't even know how long does it take to get to Manchester from here? Many hours. You got to sleep soon. I understand. Sleep is important. You got a lot of bugs to fix in Unreal 5 tomorrow. Defeat all those bugs. Be like the Starship Troopers. I moved the camera, evidently. I'm slightly... Oh, hello. Right above the goal. I somehow broke iron sights in third-person template I'm making your game out of. We can fix it. What can be broken can be fixed, Leroy. That's, you know, it's just going to require maybe lots of coffee or something. You might have to reload. Oh God, I hope not. I hope not. So I don't know if I've I do like weathering with oil paints and stuff like that. I do panel lining with it. I know oil, like doing glow effects will certainly be possible with it. I know I've never tried it though. Traitor Guardsman. Because I don't think I have any fluorescent oil paints. Because I think when I personally do glow effects, which I don't really do. Like occasionally, I think I will occasionally slap in some fluorescent paint into eye lenses for, Space Marines or something like that. It depends. A lot of it really depends on how much room I've got to work with. If I've got this much room to work with, the chances of me doing an oil of like a glowy fluorescent paint in there, very high. If I've actually got room to sort of paint a sort of gradation of a few different colors to do it like a lens effect, then I will attempt to do that. But with this, I'm just going to slap in some white ink and then hose it down with some fluorescent. I just need to choose a color which is going to work good against red, which is going to be a bit of a pain. Bit of contrast. Give me some oats. I've already had mine for lunch. I have, what do I have? I have the, with protein powder and stuff. Obviously, because I'm going to the gym all the time, but mostly because I just can't be asked to eat lunch. I'm really, like, making lunch is just very tedious. So I just, oats and milk and stuff. Hence the prototyping phase. Yeah. Max, always prototype. Always hit the like button when you go to a YouTube stream. Yeah? Do you like that segue into that? I certainly did. I thought it was very smooth. Almost too smooth, potentially. Almost too smooth. But no set of Terminator. That is true. That is true, because a lot of them are some of them are just like random bits of old Terminators, aren't they? Because the armor is so rare, at least in the 40k. This is 30k, but I mean, in 40k land, it's so sort of valuable. Because apparently they forgot how to make it. We're going to leave that little bit of red there. And then go, oh, Betty. Yeah. Steel. Brass red. Brass. Trader Guardsman, what are you up to today? Are you behaving yourself? Sorry, I have paint on the brush for once. I got to make the most of it. I got to make the most of this rarity. I haven't even tried adding this grapple hook into the game. This will be the hardest. Grapple hook. Oh god. Yeah, that's going to be. Good luck with that. I don't even know. I don't even. That will be fun. It will be the opportunity to learn something new, Leroy, and that is always a good thing, right? I'm trying to be as positive as I can. I don't want to get to the levels of toxic positivity, because I hate that. So, Chad, how's it going, you saucy rascal? Hello, happy Monday to you. So far, all I've done is add player model and gun models and break every step of the way till I figure it. Well, Well, that's how you learn, isn't it? At least that's how I used to learn. Like, when I was trying to teach myself stuff, a lot of it was just like figuring out stuff on my own. I suppose doing a course would have made life easier, but even then, like, one still has to figure out a bunch. You think your Saturn IV Ultra is frozen? Yeah, that's what I did. Exactly, Chad, that happened to me the other week. It just froze. I think it was about an hour into the print, or half an hour into the print. It just froze. And I thought, bugger? I thought, bugger? This is a bit of a pickle. I'm just going to turn it off. Actually, I've had two problems. One, it froze. Or am I getting my problems confused? Had it frozen? It just wasn't printing. It wasn't printing at all. Like, it was doing the movements. It was doing the old up and down action, that we all know and love. But it was, nothing was happening on it's getting attached to the print bed. It was very strange. So I was like, you know what? Gave it the old... I turned it on and off again. And then drained it, cleaned it, reset it, reprinted it on the same printer. Bish, bash, bosh. Job's a good one. Why? I really did move the camera down, didn't I? I mean, nipple camera. I've hit the camera. I've hit the other camera. Okay, we're back again. First time I loaded the gun model in, and it reloaded the receiver and not the mag. Most cursed reload animation. It didn't automatically restart the print. No, it didn't. It didn't. It printed okay to begin with, and then it just suddenly kind of stopped. After whatever the problem was, it started after half an hour or an hour between that sort of time. And it was very frustrating because if I'd realized straight away, then I could resolve the problem and reprinted it, and had it done the same day. But by the time, because I think it was going during the stream, by the time I finished stream, it was just like, I've wasted the entire day now. So what I did do, Chad, though, is just to be on the safe side, I did reslice I got the print plate again in Chitu box and resliced it, just to be on the safe side. I did all of that kind of stuff. I deleted everything on the USB stick, reformatted it, resliced the file, dragged it on. What I do, and ever since then, what I have done is, rather than printing directly from the USB stick, I copy it onto the Saturn IV's hard drive. And then I take the USB stick out, and then I just print from the internal hard drive. That's what I do now. The old up and down, yeah. Wiggly eyebrows. Dead screen. It was strange. Like, after I cleaned that printer, the next day I used it. It was absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. No problem with the print. It was just a weird, random hiccup. At least as far as I was concerned. You know, it was a one-time... I've never had that issue on the other Saturn... I haven't had that issue on the other Saturn 4. I've not had that issue on the Saturn 3 either. So... As far as I'm concerned, that's a hiccup. I just don't want it to be a regular hiccup. Oh God, pray for me! I turned it off and on again and hit continue. Oh God, you're a bold person, Chad. I'm gonna cross my fingers because I know in the past I've done this one time before on my old printer, my Nova 3D printer. I printed something and halfway through I thought, I wonder what happens if I pause it. So I paused it. And then it started printing again fine when I hit unpause. But, and there is always a but. It was very obvious where it paused because there was quite a thick line, like, which was a nightmare to get rid of. But it was resolved. Me and my kids are doing well. Hell yeah. I did have a good weekend, thank you. Yes, I did. We did actually do some painting. Oh, I finished Lysander. Hold on. Where is he? I fear if it F's up, it will puncture the PFA or crack the screen. Well, this is why I used to basically just keep all the goop, all the resin in the vat and just stir it up at the beginning of every print. But if there's been an issue during the print and I know something's fallen off, or there's been a problem somewhere, I personally like to just drain it, filter the resin out, make sure that the vat is clean again, so that there's no chance of like a little chunklets of resin getting crushed into the screen or anything like that, or indeed the PFA or the NFEP film. That's just for my own peace of mind. Like I can't afford to have these issues. Leroy, thank you so much for the raid, folks. Again, do follow Leroy. Want to see some 3D modeling action? Please do follow him. But yes, so over the weekend I finished painting this geezer. I managed to paint a really small word, Lysander and Dawn. It's not great. I'm not good at it. I know for a fact I'm not good at painting small words. My writing is terrible to begin with. Like, writing normally is terrible. Painting small things, like words, is a nightmare. But we did get him painted. I'm happy with him as much as I can be. Like, I spent a bit more time on the cloak. Added a little bit of texture onto the highlights. Added some grit, some texture. Not some texture, some dust. Urban powder. Not that sort of urban powder. But yeah, we finished him. And we did some work on these geezers. We're back to plate shuffling, touch wood. I hope it will be, Chad. I hope it would be. I mean, I don't have plates. I do have spare vats. I am of the opinion that having a spare vat is a good thing. For example, I have 2 vats downstairs. So I have 4 printers, and like 2 of the vats, I need to basically swap the films out for. I swapped in brand new vats with films and started printing straight away. I have 2 vats downstairs that I need to whip the film off, attach new film, make sure it's the right frequency when I go wing, when I slap that film, and then they're basically ready to go. So if I do have an issue with the film, at least, then I can swap it out and get printing straight away. What I really need, though, is backup. I need to get a backup screen or 2, which I don't. I need to get a backup Ultra 3 screen and an Ultra 4 screen, which I know I must do for like the store's point of view, like making sure I'm continuing to print. But they're not cheap. They're like 100 and something pounds each. You already have a tiny but feels big bump in the PFA. Yeah, I had it. So in the PFA, I don't have it up here, unfortunately. There was a tiny little scratchlet or something. There was a tiny little something. I was thinking, you know what? I don't feel 100% comfortable with that. Even if it is a tiny, it wasn't a hole, obviously. It was like a little bit of a scratch. I thought if during a print, after like several thousand up and down motions with maximum suction or whatever, if there was a particularly big print, that little scratch could become a gaping hole. And that could be the end of the world. I'm not going to say that. Yeah. You're always good? You're a single parent? Hell yes. Well, always good is always, it's always good. It's always good. I'm glad to hear that. What did you get up to over the weekend? I missed something about plasma debris. I was getting the mental thing. It actually reset the plate to home. Oh, that's good, right? Plasma generators and guns. Yes, I have painted a plasma generator. I'll see if I can find a picture. Or it was a plasma debris firkin. It was a plasma thing. I've got one more to paint somewhere. I just need to find the other one. Find it. I don't really know if I like how it... This thing? The glow was terrible. Wasn't happy with it. Wasn't happy with this at all. I like the turquoise we did up here, but like the glow needs more oomph. Needs a little bit more. I mean, I like it there, at that angle. I don't know if it was just turning on or turning off. If you know what I mean. Like, there's only glowing here, so maybe it was just turning on. I don't know. Post a couple of your 3D prints so far. Top up of Iron Man. Ooh, nice. I do like Iron Man. I'm going to be printing this. I'm going to be getting this guy at some point. I really want to paint Darth Yoda. I don't know if that's going to be a YouTube specific video or we're going to do that here on Twitch as well. It'll either be like an actual YouTube video or it'll be as part of a stream. I'm not sure yet, but I would like to paint that at some point. Well, I've got to purchase it first, but no one wants a gaping hole. Exactly, Chad. There's no glow. On your printer. So you said it had just stopped, is that right? I mean, the screen could have gone, potentially. Well, actually, hold on. I mean, does it it turns on, right? You said it turns on. So there's not necessarily a power issue. That sounds like a screen issue to me. Oh, on my paint job. Oh, god damn it. Yeah, there's no glow. Maybe, I think it was just warming up. It must have been just warming up. I wasn't happy with it. Like, I liked the turquoise bit, but that was about it. So I thought we were talking about your print for a second. I was trying to troubleshoot your printer. I don't know if these top teeth up here, I think those should be bronze as well. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We need some more water. Thankfully, I can hear the printer popping off. Hell yeah! What did you say you were printing? Iron geezer. You're here learning from me to trade guardsman? Oh no! Listen, I'm not certified. in the ways of teaching. I think I would make an absolutely terrible teacher. Problem is, I don't have much patience. Like, I have patience, but it's just very stressful. I think specifically for like teaching, I don't know. I'm not really sure. Like my sister-in-law, she's a teacher. I don't know how she does it. Hey, check. Sorry. Ooh. What scale is this? Oh, you know what? I think I have that Deathcore of Krieg geezer somewhere. I saw that. I think I saw it for free somewhere. And, on, was it Cults or My Mini Factory? And I yoinked it. I just need to try and find it again. I think it's on the dead PC, which is right there. That black void with this white thing sitting on a bunch of hard drives in a box sitting on top of it. This was my old streaming PC, which is why we have a new stream PC goal right here. I know it is a very girthy goal. I'm very aware that is a lot of money. However, that is the goal. So that I can extract this PC ASAP and sort of basically get back to editing and stuff. Hello, IT. Did you try turning off on again? That is basically always the first thing you say, isn't it? Yo, have you tried turning it off on again? All right, we can make more progress on this. People patience, I understand. Yeah, I mean, like making a YouTube video is one thing. I have to, admittedly, there's obviously going to be aspects of teaching that translate over to sort of making a YouTube video. You still got to you've actually still got to try and impart your knowledge somehow. In a way that people like. I need to still work on that because I think there's a lot of room for improvement. But like actually having to, for example, like I know, like whenever trying to teach my mum how to do anything on the computer is just, for the majority of the time, somewhat stressful. And it does. I mean, the thing is, right? We got a computer in 1996. And sort of, obviously I've grown up using a computer. We've had a computer for ages, but it's like Mum's only really used it for kind of doing invoices and stuff like that when needed, and cursed, I don't know, letters to companies and I don't know, whatever it was business-wise she needed it for. But anyway, so I show her how to do something and then I have to show her again and again and again. It's like, my patience, please. So, Reno, how you doing today? Happy Monday to you, dude. I hope you had a good weekend. I think you just need to double down on the badger charm and charisma, or the words, the wordsmithing, or believe in yourself. Oh no, we don't do that here. There is. I'm not fishing for compliments or anything, by the way. When I say this, I have almost no confidence in myself. after like school was not a good time for me. Like I was not like the first school was, but my last kind of school, doing A levels and stuff was not a good school for me, and it kind of ruined any self-confidence I did have at the time. And I know that was, what is that? 28 years? 1998. How long ago was that? 27 years ago? Let's not talk about how long ago that was. It didn't do me any favors, though, that's for sure. Rumors they're making a new model of him, and I use a link. Wait, what? Use an ink fiber pen for writing on scrolls? Yo. Are you saying like one of these bad boys? Like this is a 0.3, so it's probably a little bit too girthy. I'm pretty sure I've had a 0.1 or a 0.2 maybe, which might be better. I've never thought about that. Been okay, money woes. I do understand that. I do understand that, Reno. Hopefully those money woes are defeated ASAP. And you're getting cranky waiting for element order. I also do understand that. I do understand that. Reno. Sorry, this chair gets a bit creaky when the wheels are not aligned in the same direction, and I have to kind of wiggle everything into the right direction. There's a bit of creaking. Photography A-level screwed me up. I did seem to remember. What did we do? We did vaguely remember doing. I think it must have been an art club or something like that where we did photography. Definitely not an A-level though. Icarus, hello there. How you doing today? Happy Monday. What's in the box? Exactly. Everything. Everything. Argued with a tutor for an A-level. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's not good. Yeah. I don't know. When I was doing the A-levels, I can't even remember my teachers when I was doing A-levels. I did not like that school. I've not really thought about it since I left. Yeah, I'm struggling to remember that school. I've just blanked it. I remember bits of it, but I certainly can't remember the teachers. Really. Salamander sprue in the speed paint. Yes, I'm waiting. I'm also very what's the word you used? Hold on, cranky. That your order hasn't appeared yet, Reno, because I'm waiting on you to tell me how those speed paints are. Going to use you for testing. You find doing notes for them or making them write down the notes stages as you teach them? I learnt this with my gran after many failed teachings. Well, this is the problem. My mum's like, oh, I just need to be shown once. I need to be shown once. No. Mum, for the love of God, I've shown you at least 10 times. Please write it down. And she does, bless her. Bless her. That's patronising, wasn't it? She does write it down these days, though, thankfully. It's just stressful. Like even if that was, and I should be even more. I'm even more. What's it? I mean, she's family. She's my mum. I should be even more tolerant. But thinner pen. I'll have to remember that one. But the problem is, even regardless of that, as I said, my handwriting is so bad. It's so bad. I was also taught to use the fine liner trick for doing words on models. Seems everyone knows it except me. Well, folks, that's my bit of education for today. Something I've learnt. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, by the way, folks, can you, read this chat? If you're on Twitch, or indeed YouTube, don't look at, can you read the chat in this box? Like, is the font large enough? I've not really pondered that before. I think I can make it bigger, so to speak. GCSE photography was top marks. AS was top marks, but the final one I got lowest in the class. I had similar thing, Icarus, but it was for Latin. I went from A's to, admittedly, I moved school. And I just did not get on with the teacher. This was a Scottish reverend. Admittedly, this Scottish reverend, one morning, after I'd left school, thank God, he came down in the morning at sort of 8, it would have been 8:30 a.m. for sort of taking registry to make sure everyone's, like all the students are there. Because it was a boarding school, right? So he came down one morning. No, he didn't. He didn't. It was registration. He didn't appear. So the, what the hell do they call it? The I can't remember what they used to call them. Like the leader of the house when it comes to the kids, like the of the student variety, not head boy, like the house, whatever. Anyway, whatever he was called, he was sent up to go and get the teacher. He came down and started doing registration, and then threw up all over a 13-year-old boy. Oh God, it was. I heard the story and just howled. I just felt so bad. It was so bad. Oh, God. What a way to start the morning. It's like before you even get to classes. Blah. Projectile vomit. Came back from a school trip and saw the art teacher knocking boots with his teaching assistant. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. He later retired and she took his job. Well, that's one way of moving up the old. What's Ace Rimmer's? What's not Ace Rimmer's? What's Rimmer's little quote there? Up the thingy, lickety split. Up the ladder. I can't even remember. I wish I could remember the phrases. Fine liner. I should have thought about it. Another quick hack you can use: 3 Sharpie silver. I have heard of that one. I have actually heard of that one, Chad. Yeah. Secondary school sucked. You left 92. Yeah. I mean, I moved from like, I don't know, I get confused with the bloody school name. So like the school where you do your GCSEs, is that secondary school and A levels? If they're all in the same school, is that secondary school? I moved into that school when I was in 93. The first one I liked. The second one, I moved from my GCSE school to another school to do my A-levels, and that's probably didn't help. Secondary, yeah. Prefect. Prefect is the word, yes. Yes, that's exactly what I was looking for. No, it was 1990s I was doing Latin. I went from A's to doing really badly at the next school, which sucked. Because I was actually, at the time, relatively good at it. Although I wasn't good enough at Latin to go into the the scholars class where you also did Greek. I was not scholarly enough to do Greek, unfortunately. We're at 97% of the channel points. No way. Folks, by the way, if we do that, you're in play school, Reno, in 93? Very good age. Very good age, no doubt. And having a whale of a time. We're 89% on the channel points, by the way, I think. Oh, hold on. You were talking about the print. You're talking about the print. I'm sorry. I was so confused. We did French at the school, but unfortunately, like at the next, where I went to do my A-levels, I attempted to learn Spanish, which was a mistake. I wish that I wish they taught German, because I would have loved to have learned German. I think there was actually a chance I could have learned that. I just couldn't pronounce half the words in Spanish. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. You found a video about the quick replace VATs in Discord for you to watch? Ah, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so I basically just ended up buying some VATs direct from Elegoo. Okay. If you took both, you could go to the high level English. Yeah, I didn't do that. Like I can very vaguely remember my English, like when I was doing GCSE English, I can very vaguely remember doing GCSE English. Not my strongest point. Not my strongest point. I don't know what my bet. I always liked geography. That was always the class I liked the most. Hold on, what's chat seems to have paused on StreamerBot. What's going on there? Ah, there we go. I apologize. The bot had frozen chat. I thought everyone had stopped talking. I do apologize. Don't forget to use your channel points though, so I can wiggle my eyebrows at you and say thank you very much for hitting the goal. Okay, I need to tidy up there. You only do Latin. It is for law. Were you planning on being a solicitor? No, it was just part of the school. What's it? Like everyone learnt Latin at that school. It was just. I don't know. I don't think there was. I think we just all had to learn it as part of the. Was it part of the curriculum? I don't know. You're partway through changing screens. Managed to smash. Well, that's good. Well, at least you know it's definitely destroyed. Let me locate some. Is this aggressive workout techno? It doesn't say copyright free next to it, unfortunately. So we'll go with you. Yes. Skedaddle, foul beast. Not that I was a 93-year-old in place. Well, that's a different list. Oh God, it is indeed, Reno. Although saying that, I didn't become a solicitor. I did have like weird thoughts of being a doctor at one point. That was a major error. I would have been. Firstly, I had to be more intelligent. Like I was hopeless at my exam. The exams required had to do at least 2 sciences and something else. So I did geography. And geography was my best A level, and then it was biology and chemistry, which was not great and then worse. It was terrible. You did law and then criminal law. My middle brother does law. My youngest brother is a mechanical engineer. You just ordered a Tin Bits lookalike from Mr. Rocky Roads. What? I've never heard of that before, Powerwolf. Tin Bits. It is an amazing color. Oh, No! Okay. Sorry. How recent is that paint of theirs? Because I have like his first and second set of paints. I don't think this is working, by the way. I'm gonna seductively show you that it's desiccated. It's like a I always remember using this, in fact, and my brother specifically my brother using it to paint his one of his dreadnoughts at one point. Tin Bits, your beloved. Yes. Unitown say the police would not hear... Hold on. When you force them to listen, they would sigh and let me go. Because a decent amount of you are illegal-minded. Oh, it's a second wave. It's called Bits of Tin. Oh, is it? It is a classic paint, but I have... I got a few other classics. I've got Nauseating Blue. I'm just terrified. Can you hear those wet noises? Right into the microphone. I'm just terrified of opening it up because the thing is, I found that these paints are still great. It's just the plastic lids. They're breaking. Like I've got several of these pots, hex pots, with like the lids have just split open. So I got Nauseating Blue. These are just the nearest ones I could reach. Warlock Purple. We're going to need to add some Lamian Medium in there. And we got some Bolt Gun Metal as well. I think that's actually wishful thinking. I think this has gone the way of the Tin Bits. Ow. What just happened? There's a bit of goop. Steady, you get in trouble with Twitch showing that kind of filth. Although I see Twitch. What were they? What did I see? A stupid. What a thing on Cursed X the other day about Twitch. It was something about. Let me see if I can find it. Something about... Oh, here it is. What was it? Today we're making updates to our enforcement system. Our goal is to make it easier for you to track your violation history and know where your channel stands. Reduce the risk that streamers lose their communities and livelihoods for low-severity violations. And at the same time, encourage positive and healthy online interactions. Violations now expire. I always thought they did expire. I'd always found that really weird. Escalating consequences. So if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, the consequences get. Let's hold on. So you get escalating consequences for repeated violations of the same policy. That'll be interesting because people who, like, for example, accidentally deploy a fleshy bit. So they should potentially get escalating consequences. Who knows? More enforcement detail. I don't know. I think it's incredibly not one-sided. Like the way they do their enforcement is very rubbish. In my mind, I think you should have two bans. You have your first ban, and then your permanent ban. You have like a temporary one for a month, and then that's it. You know the side where they're sick of smart students asserting their rights? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I also think that a lot of... They probably do get tired of it. Yeah. And they shouldn't. I don't know. Don't be naughty. Don't be naughty, and then you won't have a problem. Damn, that is an old pot of paint. Yeah. I also studied railway bylaws that got me out of trouble exactly once from the BTP. You got compensation for that one? They go fragile. Yeah, they really do go fragile. Which is, I mean, it's okay. I just eventually, for example, my very first pot of paint, Space Wolf Grey. So this was in '94, I believe. I purchased this. This was in one of the old, one of these shaped pots, right? When the lid eventually split open, I just poured it into here and added some more Lamian medium, and it's good to go. Oh, to be young. Deploy a totem of Slanesh. Talking about Slanesh, is anyone getting that army set when it pops out for pre-order next week, this Saturday? Is anyone tempted? Currently, I am, and I'm. I mean, is this looking all right, or is it looking trash? We got tidying up to do. I think this little bit down here is actually going to be steel, rather than anything else. It does need a little bit more action. Not buying any more Warhammer? It's fair enough. That is fair enough. I can certainly understand that. Okay. Saving up? What are you saving up for? So yeah, I'm just gonna quickly. Oh god. A little bit of cleanup there. Oh god, I just remember they got little teeth and things on the top of their heads. Oh god, with little worlds on. Oh god, we're gonna have to paint all of those. So it's gonna drive me around the bend. Okay, they've all got them apart from Jeff here. Geoff. So I reckon I'm not entirely sure. So I think tomorrow's stream, I think we might probably paint a little bit more of our Trench Crusade minis. Potentially. We have made progress, and then Friday's stream will be doing pre-March for McCrag ultramarine paint. Maybe that's going to be a bit too late to find out if I've got the right paints. I don't know. I'm going to have to find some old footage. The question is, do I paint all of this chunky bit on his chest over his pecs, basically? There's a great big chunk of armor panel. Is that similar to this geezer? We're going to do all of that chunk in brass. Do we do all of that chunk in brass as well? 5-hour edging only stream. Yeah. And we'll end with well, it'll be the last stream of the month, so it should end in a explosion of happiness. Trading Guardsman, you're waiting for the next set of terrain from... Do we know what the next set of terrain is? I've been pondering terrain recently a little bit. What I want to do is... So for the photos of the miniatures... let me see if I can show you. I don't know if I'll be able to show you. You're working on all 4 box sets of Gallo Dark terrain? Oh, wow. That's a lot. That is a lot. Let me see. Hold on. If I go to studio mode. Studio. And then go screen share. And then go... And then go... application... Is it application? Is it window capture? We'll go with the window capture. And then capture Photoshop. Yoink. Okay. And then... Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. So if we do... So my images currently, so... Oh! What's going on there? That should be correct. Why is it doing that? That's so weird. Hold on. Hold on. We'll get to the bottom of this one. Screen share. Okay. I will delete that. I'll delete you and then add window cap. We'll just do a window capture. And I just hope No, I pressed the wrong button. I want to do... display capture is the one I wanted to do. Display capture. Primary monitor? Are you the primary monitor? Yeah, okay, good. That took way longer than expected. So, if we go... So, currently... this is vaguely how my images look like. The champion. Where was I even going with this? So these are all for social media. I think this is actually a bit too white. So I think we needed to fiddle around with a little bit with the exposure on this one. I've forgotten what the hell I was talking about now. There was a whole point to this. What the hell was the point? Jem, how's it going? What's cracking? Oh, God, the exposure's way up. It should be down to there, I think. Anyway, I've fiddled. I've got to change one of the settings. It's gone a bit wonky. Yeah, where was I going? I've actually forgotten. Oh, this is a nightmare. I had a whole thing to say. What was I talking about? Terrain. Was I going with terrain? An entire stream just worshipping hexpots. I'd be all about that, Powell, seriously. If you too want to do that, we've got to hit the donation goal. Oh, flipping Nora. I can't remember what the hell I was going to go with. Why was I opening up Photoshop? We were talking about terrain. Oh, okay, sorry. All right. Right. So at the moment, okay, what a segue this was. Okay, at the moment, my images are like this, right? Not great. That's a bit out of focus, in fact. But they're like this. What I would like, so I would like a couple of images. I would like one like this, essentially, right? No background, basically. But I would like a set of scenery to put them into and take a photo of them, like, in-game or whatever. So that was where I was going with. So what I would like is a bit of fantasy scenery, right? Which I do have. I have that, a bit of scenery there, and I got something else. And I need to get a couple of trees, but I also like to get some, I don't know, destroyed buildings and stuff to take photos of. That's what I was going with. Yeah, there we go. Jem, how you doing today? Happy Monday. I hope you had a magnificent weekend and all of that good stuff. Let me just get rid of that because I don't want to accidentally show a window when I don't need to be showing a window. Screen share, display capture, get rid of you. Be gone, foul beast. And then back to the painting. Bang. And away from Photoshop. Be gone, foul beast. No. Right, yeah, so that's where I was going with scenery. The whole scenery thing is something I want to be working on at some point this year. I would like some more time scenery for the best game of all time. Yes, that is indeed more time. And so some more time stroke dash fantasy scenery and a few bits of sort of industrial future sci-fi scenery. So that I can get like minis looking like they belong somewhere. That's where I was going with on that one. I'm still umming and ahhing about this bloke's chest armor. It's driving me around the bend. We do need to paint the leather danglies at some point. Don't know when, but we need to. Let's get this. Crack on with this. Oh! That's not supposed to be that color. Ah! Quick. Okay. We managed to rescue it. That is going to be... We are going to be adding weathering juice to it later. I need to come up with my own special recipe of weathering juice. But for the moment, we'll just be using burnt umber or something. They will look really good when finished. The red stands out. I really like this red. I really do like this red. I've been accidentally using it on some of my Trench Crusade minis. The Mercenaries. I think when the Mercenaries were originally released, this was the one which I really, really liked. Like this one, we've added as much shading as I think we want to do to the red. And I just want to maybe do a little tickle of an edge highlight for it before we move on and do the rest of the stuff for them. I do like this bold Pyrrole red. It is a good red. Like normally, I think I would just like when I paint most colours, I just tend to work from dark to light. Recently, though, for me, I think red is the only colour where I work from the other way around. I actually do a white zenithal, which is something I rarely do unless I specifically want something to be bright, like, you know, just or to save myself a little bit of work. I believe it will look good. It's just trying to remember if it. This is a big old. I was wondering. I was just having a quick look if there was a seam between that and his neck. No, there isn't. He's just one big old chunk of what color am I using? Bronze. So you're doing a lot of scenery. How are you doing your scenery? Like, how do you like your scenery? Do you like it all weathered to hell and back, or do you like things looking a bit more shiny and smart? This music. It's coming up to March. I think Easter this year is late, isn't it? Late April, I believe. It always confuses me. Like I wish like some of these sort of, I don't know if you want to call it a holiday, whatever they are. There's some weird recipe. There's some weird recipe to how to get the Easter date. God knows. It's probably something to do with moons and things. I've done the same bloody thing again. What is wrong with me? So I need to, I know what the problem is. I've had no coffee. The coffee's been in front of me for 2.5 hours and 25 seconds. And I've had none of it. That is the problem. I'm changing that problem. I'm fixing my issues. Although I put it on hot. That says hot there, right, ladies and jelly spoons? It says hot. So this is actually going to be some rather hot liquid. Which is terrible. Put it on to off. So yeah, when it comes to painting scenery, Traitor Guardsman, how do you generally like to do it? Because I got this bit of scenery right there, which we built. I say built, which we were enjoying with the other day. We got a lot of, like, look at this. Oh, look at that seam. These kits back then were just the work of the devil. It's just absolutely horrific. Like, you can see how wonky it was. Like, it was not going together. It was not playing nicely. So we are going to have to trim that down and fill that with grit and stuff. I'm just wondering if I want to put them on, like, what sort of base? Do I do a base which is basically plasticard or something, and then just at this angle? So it's like an L, so it's like a triangle, basically. That would mean I can put some bits of, I don't know, other like things leaning against it and tart it up a little bit. Or do we do essentially just a fattened version of an L shape? It's like a bake, like 1/2 inch or each side. I don't know. It's one of my many problems in life. Lack of being able to make my mind up. Oh, Betty, that coffee's hot. Hot! I had a sip of it, which is enough. Honestly, the sooner we can get the shoulder pads glued on and we can get this bad boy varnished, the better. I don't know if I'm going to add on any auxiliary transfers. And the real question is, do I paint this, I don't know, whatever this thing is, do we paint that bronze as well? Because this bloke is, he's getting all bronzed up. It's going to look like he's got so much bronze on him, he's going to look like he belongs on the beach. Me showing off my deep tanning knowledge of bronzers. Bronzers? Although, is that necessary tanning or is it just makeup in general? I don't know. Some magical stuff that I see people use. Obviously, I don't use it. Looks like I've not been near the sun in months. It's a majestic thing. Okay, you're good. Goody gumdrops. Now, I'm not gonna worry too much about the sort of, you see that little lip there? I'm not gonna worry too much about getting bronze there. Just a little bit, because we are going to be panel line it with burnt umber at some point, and that is going to fill in any little bits of pieces in that area. But I would like a little bit if possible, so we're just going to get the pointy end and just trace it along the edge, the inside edge. Just like that. It's almost good enough for Disney. Okie dokie. So, obviously we're doing leathery handles. Like our Terminator captain, or whatever this bloke is, console, like that. So like brownish red. Saying that though, for these for the leather danglies on this geezer, I want them to be like this. So it's I think that I'm trying to remember what we use. I think it's mostly Rhinox hide with a tickle of scrag brown and then probably some orange brown. Maybe, I think it was orange brown, Vallejo orange brown. Maybe. Chad? All right. Yep. Still umming and ahhing about that geezer. This geezer is looking mighty fine. Does anyone here play DayZ? Days. That's looking a bit bronzer than I expected. In fact, that is not looking good. It's because we... See if we can... We might just have to smash some red in there. Some brand spanking new red. We'll see when it dries if it's needed. Although I don't know. So you're done. He's got quite a lot of red. I think we're going to do this lip here, this upper lip. I don't know. I'm genuinely umming and ahhing about this bit. So, Badger, I have a working theory and a lesson learned. Talk to me. I think one of the bumps in the PF8 reached a tiny amount of resin onto the LCD, which caused the printer to freeze when it had a oh bleep, this went wrong moment. Print came out fine though. The head failed, which was in a separate folder to the torso and arms. That probably me trying to go so fast. Replace the PFA if it ain't perfect. I mean, in the past, I know I didn't used to do that. Like, I didn't replace the film as soon as I probably should have in the past, and it was fine. But I think at the same time, I was also just skating very close to the limit of, you know, sometimes for the sake of a new film, it's worth it. Swapping it out for the sake of, you know, a new film versus a new screen. If you can replace the film, okay, like you know how to replace the film easily, I would just do it straight away. Just to be on the safe side. I know it's tedious. That is precisely why, though, I have a separate, like 2 vats for each printer. So that I have one prepared and ready to go, and one I can just, like, when it goes, I can just whip the film off, slap on a new one, give it a tickle, make sure the frequency is groovy, and then have that ready to go. Exactly, Chad. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Saying that, I know I need to get a backup screen for my Saturn 3. And I don't know, I'm probably one backup screen for my Saturn 4, even though I have 2 printers. Touch wood, the chances of both screens going at the same time are low. So I just, you know, if I was sitting on pots of money, then I'd be like, yo, I have a backup screen for each printer. That would be the ideal. Eventually, we'll get to that point, but you got a new problem? Of course. Of course. Life is full of problems, and it's all right. We can work through them. You can't remember where I put the Allen keys? Chad, I got you. All right, you're gonna love this. I've got it. I've got it. Are you ready? Are you ready for my solution? Because I'm going to give you this solution for free, and you can thank me later. I will wait for you to respond, and then I can give you my idea. And I will sip my coffee. Hit it. Okay, right. So, this is my solution. What you do is buy another Saturn 4 Ultra. Those come with the correct Allen keys. Then you can use those Allen keys to solve the problem. Damn it. Okay, you don't have to buy another Saturn 4. You don't have to buy another Saturn 4. Where were they? It's amazing how a little bit of threatening you with having to potentially buy another printer, like, focuses the mind. No, I got no space. I can't afford to be running 2 printers at once. I have way too much resin, unpainted resin. Actually, out of interest, I forgot to ask, where did you get the Iron Geezer STL file? Literally sitting on my desk right next to me. You put... Well, I'm glad you found them. That's the important thing. I would put them somewhere safely, though. I have a drawer somewhere in that rack of drawers down there with just printer bits. And it would make more sense to have it in the print room, but there are no drawers in there. It's just chaos at the moment. I need to one weekend but not this coming weekend. One weekend before, during March or April, I need to go in there and clear it, give it a good clear out, and a good vacuum and whatnot. Do some spring cleaning, if you will. I want to say it was free on Cults. It's a free Wicked sculpt. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't think I've purchased really any large prints of Cults or my mini factory generally. I've got a couple of busts, and I got that bad Santa geezer over there. But there's a couple of people on Cults that I would like to buy. Is that added to my cart? Yes. I got a couple of things in my cart on Cults ready to go. For example, I would like to get my sweet hands on. Is it going to load? So, like the Prey collection, they have a lot of nice ones. They seem to have a lot of like Mortal Kombat kind of minis. I say minis. It's not the right word for them. They've got, who've they got? They got Soul Reaver, their Gargoyles, Mortal Kombat 12 Ninja Pack. Ninja Turtles. I'm not sure who these mutanimals. I'm not sure what they are, but okay. Hulk Hogan, Goldberg. So they got some like random things. But they seem to have a lot of Mortal Wombat things, which I kind of dig, and I would like to get a Mortal Wombat statue at some point. I like this Predator holding a bear. There's a Nemesis from Resident Evil. The Nun with massive thighs, which we're definitely going to be getting our hands on. I really like this one. You waiting for Lord of the Poxes? Is that, hold on, is that a GW mini? Or am I getting, because I was looking at a statue the other day, and umming and ahhing, I don't know if I can find it. I don't want to start wading through all the files I don't think I have them. But there was a very sweet mini. I would say sweet, that's not really the right word for it. It's an awesome mini. Statue. That's Darth Yoda. That's my face. Maybe it's in collections. Future projects. I didn't save it to future projects. That's for sure. Is it my mini factory, maybe? I'm currently wanting to find a Hulk. But most I've seen in proportions don't hit me right. What sort of Hulk are we basing it on? Like when you think of the Hulk, what do you think of? For example, I don't normally think of JD as the Hulk, but what's up, JD? How you doing today? Happy Monday to you. I hope you had a good weekend, dude. What is this? War Games Atlanta. Oh my god. What are you... What the... What is this? Oh, so hold on. That's something else. Why did it open up on this forum? What is this, JD? Marvel Rivals Super Chunk. Okay, I've got no idea what that means. I know Marvel Rivals is a thing. Anime stuff is not ringing a bell with me, unfortunately. I don't normally think about the Hulk. JD, have you ordered this? Are you getting a little army of these things? What are they? What are these creatures? You should think of. I mean, you might be. It might be. You might be exactly like that. Oh, I see the link. Thank you. Also, I'm very aware I'm super excited by 3D printing and don't want to buy it. Oh, no, Chad. I think we've all, like, everyone getting into 3D printing does the exact same thing. I know I did. I know I absolutely did. And, like, the problem is, like, my mini factory is currently up to 982 items. I know that's a lot. Thank you very much for that link, though. They're cute. They look at the tank in the third or fourth picture. Hold on. Let's get this on the screen so we can all enjoy this. Hold on, if I can find the right buttons. Paste and go. You did not. Someone was showing it off. Oh, you didn't. Oh, I see. Okay. You did not yet. Is that the rest of the sentence? They give me super Jim Davidson vibes. Are we thinking of? Must be thinking of different Jim Davidson, right? Because I'm like Time Bandits. Yes, I do see that. Hold on, what's going on? Oh, the mouse was going all weird and wibbly on me. Sorry, what are these creatures? They do look very weird. I don't know what they. What are they? They're called Qua. JD, I think the current plan is trying not to get too many more bits of plastic. Okay, now we'll stop joking. I mean, the main thing I want to do is get my hands on a plastic Primaris tank to sort of paint at some, not convert. It's a whole sit. Yeah, I flat out just can't. The problem is I've got my own issues with Space Marines and Imperial Guard. My own sort of issues with wanting all of the armies, and Horus Heresy. And then we got the issues of more time on top of that, and the Old World, and Necromunda. Then, pushing all that to the side, that's my personal stuff. Then I've got, like, business stuff, as in, like, you know, the web store. Or what I need to do is, I think at least once a month, I need to print something out from the web store and paint it. And say, yo, this is what I sell in my store. The resin version of it, you should definitely check it out. And I can do a YouTube video on it. I can do Instagram posts and social media posts in general, linking back to my store and all that kind of stuff. And then it's just not enough time. I won't buy any more plastic. The other lies, yeah, exactly. I won't buy any more plastic until the next one. Happy Monday. JT, I'm sorry. Thank you. That is, it does have a very like Time Bandits. I do see what you mean by that. I don't know what these. I'm still not entirely sure what these creatures are. If they have eyes, they look like. To me, it just looks like the end of a tail, like some end of a lizard tail for a face. Is that? with arms and legs. I don't know where the eyes are on it. It's weirding me out a little bit. I don't think I've seen them before either, though. So thank you very much. I am aware of Wargames Atlantic, though, unfortunately. Because they got a lot of awesome things. Like the classic, like skeleton infantry and, you know, giant spiders, lizard men, werewolves, land snaked. The land snake ogres. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. The site has other things that we could use for a game of... yeah. Well, I mean, they've got a skeleton army for 75 quid. Yeah, they do have a lot of awesome things. I think... Are they based up in Nottingham? Is my brain completely... imagining that? I don't think it is imagining that. Sci-fi Rangers, Deathfields. Yeah, they've definitely got a lot of things which could definitely be swapped into, like, if you're looking for proxies and stuff like that. Or just, like, elite or whatever units. Zombles. I don't know. US? Are they? Okay. You're probably absolutely correct on that. I for some reason thought they were based in Nottingham. But now you've said that, I'm now thinking they are actually American. I just don't know why I've had that in my brain. Yeah. Why was I'm getting confused with the company. What company am I getting confused with? Made in the USA. Okay, well that gives me a good indication that it might indeed be based in America. That's it. Warlord. They both begin with W. That's it. They both have W at R at the front of their name. That's it. That's all it is. Literally, literally it. There probably is Chad as well on top of that, just to really confuse you. I say you, I mean me. I'm gonna. Where's my? I can't see anything. What's going on? I think we're gonna paint the steel now. I'm gonna move on from racking my brain about this thing. I mean, that is a lot of red otherwise, because we're gonna have red shoulder pads on as well. We're going to be slapping red shoulder pads on. Maybe that should be bronze. We could just mock it up very quickly. Those W's can be they really can. It's very confusing, especially when you're not paying attention half the time like I am. So we can mock up what this will look like relatively easily. I mean, that is a lot of red. So, Ragnar, how's it going, you saucy beast? Happy Monday. How's Helldivers been treating you, young man? So, is that too much red? Speaking of saucy beasts, what's up, Will? How's it going? How are you doing? Bugs everywhere. Pick out the trim in bronze. And when I mean this bit right here, this chunky chest piece. Like this, I think we're going to have to, aren't we? Because otherwise that is going to look... There's going to be a fair amount of red blood spatter on as well. You know, I'm super tempted to invest in one of those quick release VATs. I've not heard of these quick release VATs. I've heard of these like weird spring film things people like to use. I've seen them. I watched someone use someone the other. I watched someone use someone the other day. I watched someone use one of those spring plate things, and I looked at it and was going, that does not look remotely safe. It might be if you're printing insignificant little, you know, tiny little bits. But if you're printing big bad boys, then I don't think that has remotely the oomph needed. And we're an oomph-based channel. Oomph, baby, oomph. Love that red. Thank you very much, Will. What the devil is going on with you, young man? I hope you're behaving yourself. The new patches, new bug strains, and it's mental. Awesome. Maybe one day. This is an absolute lie. Maybe one day we too can get back to play that game. We all know it's not going to happen. Yeah, we're just going to do all bronze. I might regret it later. I might cry. But we're going to do it. All bronze, baby. I think your issue is too much red. There's a lot of blank white. Oh, how dare you. I mean, you might be right. Oh, God. Over the week. Oh, God. Let me tell you something, ladies and jelly spoons, that you're not going to care about. But I'm going to tell you anyway. So, obviously, as a long-term Battlefield player, I have Battlefield 2046. I purchased it. It was basically the last game after years of not pre-ordering anything. I caved like a wet cardboard box when Battlefield 2046, whatever it's called, 2046 came out. 2042 came out and pre-ordered it. And on Origin, which was EA's old app. So when then they decided several years later to get rid of Origin because they were idiots and they wanted their own app because then they could sell, you know, twatty EA points or something like that via it. So they got rid of Origin and made us use EA. So we had to transplant everything over. I followed the instructions to the letter, and Battlefield 2042 disappeared. So I considered playing it over the weekend. Well, on Friday, briefly, and thought, where is it? It's not installed. What's gone on? It's disappeared. I got through to, after a bit of back and forth with the people I bought it from, Green Man Gaming. Excellent customer service. Heartily recommend. Ka-ching! I ended up speaking to EA and they actually resolved the problem pretty quickly. It's all because I played the beta of 2042, and because that was still attached to my account. For some reason, it deleted it basically from my EA Play account thing. So he deleted the beta, and I now have it on my computer again. That is the story of something you probably won't care about. I do have the leg trim to do, which is why we are going to do it. I'm going to do the leg trim to begin with. I'm going to locate the steel. Yeah, I'm going to locate the steel and we're going to paint some trim. Did I regret buying Battlefield 2042? I don't want to talk about it. 2142, you know, that is strangely enough, that is the only Battlefield game that I don't have. Except maybe Battlefield 1. Battlefield 2 onwards, except for 2142. I heard great things about it, but I just never got into it. Never purchased it. All the trim and fancy bits need to be bronze in the nipples. I will spend a lot of time with the nipples, don't you worry. You had that with Mass Effect 1. It's very weird. Origin, who published all the original Ultima games, EA is one of the companies that ruins things, yes. They are the only reason why I've considered firing up Battlefield 2042 is I know it was a dreadful release. I barely played it. And there was a teaser trailer of the next Battlefield game. And I thought, oh God, I'll give it a go and see if it's... I just want Battlefield 3-4. That's all I want. With just, slightly more, the few quality of life things, etc., etc. It doesn't need no characters. Get rid of the characters. None of that nonsense. They can do one. You installed an old version of Origin? Oh, well, that would have been an idea. I just didn't think about it, Ragnar. You are obviously wise. Wise beyond your years. Armor 3 with the... I'm surprised. Yeah, I do have Armor 3. Do you have Armor Reforger? I know a lot of people... Actually, I know, funnily enough, it's a Jack Frags video. I saw he did. What was his video? Did he? I think he remade. He didn't. Someone remade Battlefield 3 in Armor Reforger. Where is Jackie Boy? Yeah, they actually made Battlefield in Armor Reforger. I'm gonna have to watch that video later. So we are going to paint the trim. We are painting the trim, I should say. No, not just we will. We are currently. This is going to be... So all these steel bits... Oh, God, we're drifting over. All the steel bits will be rusted. Right? To some extent. I'm not talking about absolutely bananas levels of rust. But just enough to add... to have some rust streaks and introduce some more colour down... like over the white armor, because as you say, there is a lot of white armor, and it's a bit kind of like not great. Like it needs a bit of was the zuzzing? It needs that zuzzing up. Whatever that word Lucian used the other day that I can't pronounce. So, Dave, how's it going? Oh, thank you so much for the 3 months. Where's the... Hold on. Give me a second. Let me tickle the button. Look at me. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the resub. I hope you're doing well. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. Dave, I don't know when I'm getting the haircut. I think it's going to happen this week. If the barber can... make space. I was saying earlier on in stream that like once the hair is cut, then I can actually start potentially recording YouTube videos again. Because then my hair isn't. I know this stream is getting dual streamed over to YouTube as well, and basically this fabulous hair is going to be eternal. But like the YouTube sort of specifically YouTube videos are it'd be good to have sort of more less fluffy hair. Hearing a lot of talk, I know. I'm very aware of that. It's terrible. It's terrible. It's just. Problem is, I just want to paint all the time. I just don't really want to go out to the, you know, it's a weird. Like I haven't painted in so long. I just want to paint all the time, and do stuff for my web shop, and that's all I do really. I don't. It's not an ideal situation. It is a sad, sad situation. I'm not. Okay, so there's this metal there, right? I don't know. What kind of haircut have you got, Dave? I mean, I could just get rid of the face cam, right? I could just get rid of the face cam, problem solved. Or go full on, like, you know, VTuber thing, you know? Those sort of cartoon character things. Contentious discussion, how much do you pay for haircuts? My local is 15 quid. Where I used to go in the old town, it was 11 quid. It's good enough for me. Nothing's it. You shaved your... Have you actually shaved it off? I don't... I and the ladies love it. Of course they do. Of course. Well, I'm sure they just love you, Dave. No matter the state of your hair. On per head, but it's pretty low. Cannonball. Do you get a chamois? And is that a thing which people really do? Having never been completely I don't know. Like when I used to work for Disney, I used to have a buzz, you know, like a grade 2 or a 3 or so, I don't know, pretty short. I just want to cover up all the, like, every time I have a seizure, I sort of bonk my head open, and it's like various bobbles and things. I just want to, like, I don't know, hide it a little bit. So I was at £12. £12, it was always a gamble. A couple of years ago, you went to a fancy barber and I hated it. Paid $25. And I walked out feeling fucking amazing. Lucky, like I looked $1 million. Since COVID, I've been doing it yourself. And how are you feeling with your own cutting skills? Have they been improving? Now, the one I go to normally, seriously though, like when I start going back to the barber every 6 weeks, I just got to get back into it mentally. When I go to the barber every 6 weeks, it's 15 quid. And I'm very happy with it. The old barber before, also very happy with it. When I was working for Disney, I did go for a haircut once. I was absolutely desperate for a haircut, and I don't know why, but I went to some place it was not a barber, and it was bloody expensive. I think it was like a ladies' hair place where they did men's haircuts as well. I think it was 50 quid. It wasn't a buzz cut. I was like, yo, for that amount, you're going to use your scissors on me, all right? Scissor me. And, you know, that was well worth 50. You cut yours for nothing. You wear a crash helmet. As long as they're a pudding bowl. That's the worst. I think it's even worse. I was wondering last night before I passed out, what haircut do you look at and instantly look at the owner of that haircut and go, I don't know if I trust you very much. I was wondering if that was a mullet for me. I don't think it is. I think I actually Someone who has a mullet on purpose, I can almost respect. What about you folks? What haircut instantly throws up? Is it too much to judge someone on a haircut? Probably in this day and age. I don't know. You gotta worry about someone's like how rational they are, depend if they go with a weird haircut. Surely. That peaky... Oh, Chad, I'm with you on that one. I'm absolutely with you on that one. I can't stand that. It's like... I know I've discussed it before. It's called a... Oh, God, I've forgotten what it's called. I can't remember what that haircut's called. I'm going to call it a humperdink. I can't remember what it's called, though. Edgar. Could be an Edgar. Javier Bardem's haircut, and I love that film. It's fair to... I mean, that's very 70... Am I mistaken thinking that's a very kind of 70s style haircut? I don't know. Actually, hold on. When was that film set? It could have been the 70s. It does have a look to it. When is... no, I do love that film, though. 1980. Okay, so that explains a lot. Okay, so that's... there's a lot to be said for that era for haircuts. Yeah, it's a late 60s, 70s. I was thinking 70s, but yeah, it's definitely... I don't know, it's definitely old. I typed in no country for old men. That's actually it. That's someone's Googled it before. Hair. I saw on Reddit, in No Country for Old Men, Anton, his haircut was due to poor tipping at his barber. Too polite to complain to the barber. What's the rest of this? Has his haircut and isn't ashamed of it. Uses clippers, just take it all off. It certainly makes life easy. I used to own clippers and used to just either do it myself or get the girlfriend to do it for me. You know, at the time, and it was a lot easier. But yeah, I don't think we'll attempt not to do that haircut, okay? Although his hair's very straight, so mine has fabulous curls. Sometimes. Apparently according to Reddit, they chose their haircut specifically because of how unnerving it was and made him look more like a sociopath. According to Reddit. Apparently it was on purpose. I need to watch that film again, actually. I do. I really do enjoy watching that film. One of the most awkward situations I had when Barbara saw me the other day after I cut my own hair and commented on how nice it was. Had I gone elsewhere? Oh no! What did you say? What did you say to your barber? And be like, yo, I'm sorry. I'm coming for your job, though. What did he say to that? Sorry, I'm needing to get some coffee on me. Otherwise, we're gonna... I don't know how long we've been streaming so far. But we've done so much painting, it's almost unbelievable. 3 hours 20. You don't remember? Yeah, that is a bit slightly awkward. But it's like it's the haircut though. It's just they all add up. They all add up. It's a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. And then you got the colouring to do, you know. If you do colouring. Okay, folks. Okay, so earlier I was saying, because these teeth are biting on a world, right? And I was thinking, if there are ridges to the world, like if there's like, you know, ground continents, continents is the word I was looking for, and then like watery bits, oceans in between the continents, I was going to paint the oceans silver and then the continents steel, so there was like a brighter bit, so there's a bit of difference, so there's a bit more to it rather than just being all steel. So now I've actually put paint on it. I can actually see the... I don't know if those bits were supposed to be metal. Oh well, they are now. Yeah. Okay. All right. I dig it. Yeah, we're going to do that. He's also got a little planet there, which we need to paint. Folks, as I said, like tomorrow, I'm not entirely sure what we're streaming. I think I did say Trench Crusade earlier, but we might also do a little bit of Ultramarine building. Just to slowly prepare you mentally for the onslaught of blue that's going to happen. We do need to paint an Ultramarine on Friday. Okay? All right, I'm glad we've had this conversation. It needed to happen to prepare you for March. Blah, 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 blah. You thought that might get flagged? Oh, okay. You finished your project? JD, I was going to get around to that. I was going to get around to your the project situation. Do you have any ideas? What do you want to do? More vehicles? I certainly in the future, like sometime this year, I would like to potentially do a thing in Discord for converting some sort of vehicle of some variety in Warhammer 40k. I don't know when. I'd probably like to do one first just to make sure I can actually do it, rather than starting a sort of like, I don't want to call it a competition or anything like that, but a project thing. I don't want to start a project and then realize I've got no idea what I'm doing. It will be a vehicle. Do you reckon it might be a dreadnought or something like that? I misread that. Not on purpose. Definitely, Chad. I didn't misread you showing off your orcs. Yeah, I will. I will indeed. I don't know when it's going to... It's definitely not going to be for a couple of months, though, because March is obviously full up. And April is also full up for me. Like on... we've got the... March, I've got to paint 50 Space Marines blue and a Dreadnought for my World Eaters. April, I got to paint up a super heavy tank for my World Eaters as well. Not super heavy, sorry, excuse me, a heavy tank. June has my birthday in it. May might be too... May could potentially be it. May might be it. I don't know. It's too early for my brain to comprehend plans, but it could be it. I'll just have to start thinking, which is my major issue in life. Okay. Let's leave that geezer there for the moment. Let's bring on... What do we... Oh, we got to paint the... We got to fill these up with steel. We got to paint these pipes. Ah, we got so much to do, ladies and jelly spoons. You send your opinion on this... Oh! Chat, I'm very sorry. I'm so hopeless on Discord. I am trying to use it a little bit more often, but I keep forgetting the direct messages like part exists. I know people direct message on Discord. I've done it in the past. I just keep forgetting about it. And I see I've got 11 direct messages. Apparently, if I hover over it. Oh, it's just the whole thing. Between commissions, that is something I do want to warm up though. I do want to warm up potentially doing some sorts of commissions at some point. I will... Okay, what I need to do tonight is I will endeavour to hunt through my... DMs and remedy that situation. I do apologise. That'll work. How was your last commission? How did that go? What were you painting? I think I don't know. I think I might just do vehicles and relatively small squads. I don't think I have the time to do armies unless that's sort of part of a YouTube stream. Like I'll paint your army, but it has to be on YouTube, Twitch as well. There's a lot of steel to paint. But surely at the same point, JD, that's could be a good point. Like there's not much, but there's also like that gives you a lot of wiggle room. Admittedly, like the people who go like, actually, you've got the wrong sticker here, and this wouldn't be like this. You can ignore those people, I think. At least when it comes to your interpretation of what a vehicle might look like. I also like the idea of sort of civilian vehicles, if such things exist in 40k. You know, like Necromunda vehicles and like on random planets which the Imperium rarely visits, etc. They'll have their own repurposed vehicles and styled vehicles. Because I was wondering like how often like how much sort of divergence there was from like original Imperium things to sort of like localized things, tanks. It was a very much 4 a.m. spur of the moment message. Oh, it's all right. There's a lot of the I'm usually awake. That's a lie. I used to be usually awake at 4 a.m. That was basically when I used to go to bed. I'm at the weekends. I don't know. My brain is barely awake at 4. It is technically awake, but it is also barely awake. 4 a.m. Yeah, that for me. That is not a good time for me to sort of attempt to speak to people. I'm just like, my brain is shutting down slowly. The corn just before Christmas only had a few small projects I was meant to do. Oh, the flu. Oh, of course. Are you all better now? Hopefully. I mean, I do... Oh, hello. I certainly think doing an occasional saucy eyebrow wiggle commission on the side is definitely going to be a good thing, but I just... Problem is timescales and working all that out. I got to get back to once my web shop is fully up and running, and we're getting there. I added a bunch of items today. I've got over. I got 100 more to add at least. At least probably 150. Come to think of it. Hopefully less. That is taking up all my time. I'm trying to get as much as I can online by the end of this month, because basically what I want to do is come the 28th of February, end of the week basically, I got an app which can transfer all my active items on Shopify over to Etsy. That's why I want to get as much as I can up and running. Because otherwise, I just have to go through Etsy and add each one individually. And my God, it's the most tedious thing ever. And I don't want to have to do it any more than I have to. Once my Shopify is at least everything's on there, great. I only get probably get about 5 or 6 items every month if I don't get a Kickstarter on the side. So that's a lot easier to update. And then that means I can finally get back to writing an occasional blog post on my website and fixing it up so I can actually potentially take a commission or two over the course of a year. True. Yeah, I mean, do you remember... Well, for example, I seem to remember the old Gene Stealer limousine was a conversion that I think it was like an in-house GW conversion that they did. Like, it wasn't an official vehicle or anything like that. It was just... I think they might have come up with custom rules for it eventually. If you wanted to have a crack at your own sort of limousine, which I thought was... I remember seeing that in White Dwarf and thinking it was the coolest thing I'd seen. There's an STL for it. Of course there is an STL for it. I need to get that later. That's not what I was looking for there. Hold on. See, I love that it gives me so much room in my headcanon for my faction that maybe they have an alternate data file for their rhinos. Yeah, exactly. That is... I like that there's enough... I think there's personally enough wiggle room to basically do what you want. Within reason, I mean... I suppose. Like, for example, like I had a weird, like, for my definitely not executioners based army, there was lost in the warp on some planet, and they had some outpost which was basically lost in the warp, and so it was just stocked with Horus Heresy things. So they were Primaris geezers, and they were slowly having to swap out their parts for old Horus Heresy things as time went on. Meanwhile, they were trying to fight off the planet to get back into space and through the warp again somehow. It's like more of a starting point. Yeah, that's just very true. Yeah. It is good. Having a decent base to start with is always a good, or at least a guiding point to start off with. Where to add corrosion is always a mystery. If stuff is ceramic or ceramite, it wouldn't rust because apparently it's like ceramic. Yeah. So why would there be ferric corrosion? Yeah, I know, but this is ceramic corrosion, which is different. It's special, but it's very similar to rust. Strangely, I don't know. I completely understand. You just gotta. I think you just have to, just have to embrace it and go, yo. I would like this as sort of contemporary or like real world based as possible, but we got to bite the bullet somewhere and just agree that some stuff isn't going to work. Wargames exclusive do 40k vehicles. Sorry, I was getting so sidetracked. Hold on, let me hold on. Let me show you the armored limb, just in case you've not seen it. This is from Rogue. It was scratch built limos. I'll show you. Can I open Timage? And Wargames. Yeah, I was. Funnily enough, I had. Okay, hold on. Oh god, I'm running out of tabs, ladies and jelly spoons. I'm running out of tabs on this. This is why I need a larger screen in here, because I've only got room for about 12 tabs, and it's just depressing. So I remember seeing this picture. I don't know where. I'm assuming it was White Dwarf, but I don't know when. Like these armored limousines for traveling around inconspicuous like. This one here with like the city reflected in the windows. Well, I suppose they all have that actually. But I did like that one. And then we got these ones using basically, that was a orc truck. That could have been any vehicle. Likewise. That was an orc truck as well, I believe. And then there was a Wargames exclusive, which I have seen before and would like to get at some point. No one would. They wouldn't notice it, JD. They wouldn't notice it at all, because if they did notice it, they would get. What's the word? Not congealed. Basically conscripted against their will. Actually, well, conscription's generally against one's will, isn't it? I don't know. But yeah, they would get absorbed into the gang. So they just, when they maybe it has a noise with it, and when they hear the noise, they just, I ain't seen nothing. Also, apparently, technology allows for the interior components of Space Marine vehicles so advanced you can fit a nuclear reactor base. Yeah, I know. I mean, if you look at the Rhinos, for example, and the Land Raiders, like how their propulsion systems work, and also like just simple things like the door openings, and can a Space Marine fit through the vehicle, all that kind of stuff. It's bananas. But I've never really thought that the 40k vehicles are like the proper scale. I think they've always, to me, they've always been scaled down a little bit more. Because something ain't right. Rhinos are like a TARDIS, apparently. Yeah, exactly. Because they fit 10 power armored geezers in there, and at least one driver. I don't know if they have 2 drivers up front. My brain says they would, but who knows? They could have like 20. White Dwarf 2nd edition, so 92. Okay. I didn't get White Dwarf, I don't think, until 93 or 4. So I assume it might have been reprinted or like might have appeared in later versions of it, or maybe I found that edition somewhere. I don't know. That would have been a bit before I started buying Warhams. This bloke's got the thigh. All right. So these guys are going to be finished by the end of the month because they need to be done for the Discord thing. And then we got the Walker, I think, which is next month, and then the heavy vehicle the following month. And then I would like, so going into May, I would like to have some sort of Discord community project kind of thing, like a unit or a character or whatever. Something. That is the general plan, and at some point we are going to do a vehicle. I suppose I should, when I talk about Discord, tickle the Discord button. There should be a link appearing both in Twitch and indeed YouTube. So if you are there, then there is the link. Hopefully, once the Nightbot wakes up, it might spit out the. There it is. Well done, Nightbot. You're sleeping, sunshine. All right. Do you have? Okay. It's weird that he's got a thigh. I don't know what you call that. Well, I mean, I do, but I wouldn't. He's got a thigh what's-it. And then he's got one down, another what's-it down the leg there. I'm sure I painted another. This geezer. Does he have a thigh? No, he's got a double what's-it down each thigh. So first, how you doing, you saucy rascal? Will you be putting Dalmatian puppies on the butcher bases? No. I hadn't planned on it. Honoured first, how you doing, you saucy rascal? What are you up to, young man? I hadn't planned on it. I hadn't planned on putting Dalmatian puppies. Does anyone have the Imperial Armor Codex? Which one? Which? Okay, so we have an issue on looking at these thighs right here. Do you see this? It's obviously got some decoration to it. There's a bit of curly-whirly going on. In fact, 2 curly-whirly bits. What the devil do we do here? They seem to be just panels which have been slapped on. So do you see that? It's basically... There's the line right there for that bit, and then that curly-whirly bit, and then that there. And then... That's a slightly fatter... Do you see there? To there? So what do? Do we leave that white panels and maybe the metal underneath it can be bronze? I don't know. That would be... Maybe we'll just weather it and have that as just like auxiliary curly-whirly. I do... Like, I don't have any... What one are you looking for? JD is looking for Imperial Armor Codex. I have a couple. Or codices. I've got it. There, at least I thought I did. Oh, hold on. I've got a couple. I've got a few of them. PDF. Bit of an annoying day. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. You didn't have to... Well, avoiding resorting to bloodshed is always a good time. I'm glad to hear that you didn't have to. Yeah, I think there are a bunch of Imperial Armor books. Because like I've got volume 9 and 10, which is the Badab War. So there being a 9 and 10 gives me the idea that there potentially might be 1 to 8 as well on top of that. There's also a couple of Imperial Armor modeling masterclass books as well. No, you're absolutely right, JD. They're books I wish I'd purchased them. It's a constant regret. I wish I'd purchased them. I found PDFs for a couple of them. The hunt is always there to get them. But do you have a specific? Because I think. Hold on. Let's do some Googleifications. I need to turn my PDFs. Yeah, I've only got a couple currently. You got all of them? Can I wiggle my eyebrows seductively at you later first? And or like that. In some form or another. Yeah, I still wish there are so many books GW have put out in the past. I wish I'd either purchased at the time or just basically purchased at the time. And I kick myself that I didn't. It's just... Oh, diagrams and the like? Yeah. I think rarely. But there's so much information in them. It's quite obscene. In a good way. And lore, and it's just page upon page of stuff. Because I seem to remember though, because they came out initially, I think, because of like the Titans needed rules and stuff like that. The super heavy tanks needed rules, and I think the rules are contained within the Imperial Armor books. I could be very much mistaken on that. I'm not entirely sure, truth be told. I'm just absolutely guessing. But that's what I always thought. I thought they were rule books, so whether or not they actually are. You got the 6th edition Imperial Armor for the Traitor Guard. Now, is that Traitor Guardsman? I'm very, very unsurprised that you have the 6th edition Imperial Armor book. So tell me, is that basically a rule book with loads of lore? Because that's what I've always thought those were. Because I remember seeing a Titan one, and like an Eldar Titan book as well, I think. An Imperial Guard with a, I don't know, Phantom Titan, I think it was called. I can't remember on it. And stuff like that. That music was not. That was a 2-hour playlist. And oh, there we go. It's still playing. Thank God for that. All right, let's go, baby. So, what were we doing? I've forgotten already. Where's my paintbrush, more importantly? There it is. I found it. Okay. Now, as per usual, we got these cables to paint. So, we'll knock those out. I'm slightly surprised we painted them silver. Steel, normally I think I paint them like German grey and then do a black oil wash. But it looks like I've gone steel on these rather than the normal thing I do. And those little lines there, those are also steel. And by steel, I mean metallic colour, metal colour even, steel. They were in the early books for 4th edition. Oh, I can't even remember 4th edition. When was 4th edition around? I get very confused. So the thing is, we have to paint. We're going to have to spend a little time painting these little round bits, cylindrical bits, anyway, to tartan them up a little bit because they're a bit. So, for example, that one's got a bit of red on it, for example, like it's been in Shaun of the Dead. So we do need to tart that up. So we're not going to be too concerned about if we make a mess. Although, you know, we're still going to attempt to be neatish in a second. You're overthinking the whole thing, but it would be nice to know when something is a vent, intake, etc., or if it's a storage versus engine access, because the wear and grind might be different. JD, I do understand. I do genuinely understand. For example, I know on the modern rhinos, I think. For example, they have vents here. When I look at this, I think it's a vent rather than an intake. I know you weren't specifically asking about this, but when I'm looking at it, I'm just thinking that looks to me like a vent. Although maybe the louvers would be like out and angled up a bit to sort of more waft things upwards. And like, you know, things like this, they're just details to paint, I think. But for me, when it comes down to, when I look at things to weather, I do understand what you mean about what is it, an vent or is it a, you know, exhaust or an intake. But unless I know 100%, I just look at it when it comes to the painting and go, what color do we need to introduce here to make it slightly more interesting? Is some rust potentially or exhaust fumes or some like oil dripping out gonna make things a bit more interesting? I don't try not to think about it too much personally. Takes me long enough to paint anyway. 4th edition was 2004. So by then, I think I'd finished working on that film by then. Briefly. I was only on it for 3 months. So I think I was off that film by then and starting. I think I started at Lion King. Either late 2004. Got back to the States from the States 2002. Took me long enough to find a job, but then a friend managed to hook me up with a job with the film. Carrying on 2004 maybe. Yeah. I think I started working at Lion King, but then it took me about probably a couple of years to get back to Games Workshop stuff. I reckon I spent probably two years without it, 2 or 3 years, just job hunting and then actually working and stuff, and then remembering I had GW stuff to be painting. Or on the Gladiator, where the propulsion intakes are on the side of the vehicle and apparently exposed to the dirt and dust. How the engines don't implode with... Jade, I think... Yeah, there might be a little bit too much thinking going on. I do understand, though, that one wants to be as accurate as possible. But I think sometimes you just gotta... Or how... I still think my idea of... They have a couple of basically poles on the side, and they just poke their upper torsos out of the trapdoors at the top. I know that's not the right word, and just use the poles to sort of spin the vehicle around. I reckon that's what they do. What's up, Squeezel? How you doing? Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a good weekend. What the devil is going on? Thank you very much for using your channel points. All the knee... Exactly, JD. That's exactly what I think they did. I mean, how else can they do it? Really? How else can they do it? They can't. There is no reverse. Because that's what I reckon. By the way, if you are on YouTube, hello there. Don't forget to use your like button. Don't forget to use your like button on the stream. Yes. Chat, one of my favorite parts of, I think one of the Angron books is the author spends like a whole paragraph describing how much dust and debris there is during a battle. Lots. There are so many books I've still got to read. It's terrible. Absolutely terrible. What was I going to paint? I've forgotten. Oh, we were going to do vents. We got sidetracked. Kel Surprise. JD, you could potentially just model on your own bits and pieces and be like, yo, this is actually how it works. This is the exhaust. This is the mechanism to make it reverse. $40K universe would implode from the lack of maintenance. Oh god, yeah. Hey, I mean, listen, the Emperor runs on what? Is it 1,000 souls a day? Is that what happened? You know? Sidetrack. I squeezed it. I know. I was almost as confused as you were, and surprised. Don't get me started on Bolt. JD, I think that one just has to accept that it is a law unto itself. You'll stop that. No. It's absolutely. Don't let me. I'm I don't want to. I don't want you to. I don't. Okay, here we go. I don't want you to. I'll be all modern. I don't want you to feel like I'm telling you to stop talking or whatever. I don't know. Whatever the word is. Carry on. By all means. Have your feelings. Aww. Oh dear. I don't know. Okay, so we do need to type that up. That is done. We are slowly making progress. And I'm glad I know this is very tedious for folks, and I do apologize, but thank you very much for persevering with me. So what we generally have to do, they got little, like, do you see this thing on the top of their bonds? It's basically this. It's basically some teeth bite around the world. Right? So I've got to paint that. We need to paint the handle. Even just the basic color. I don't need to worry about doing a full-on good job for that yet, because that's not what I need to worry about. But I need to get a base coat on. And then once we've done that, we've got to paint the cables under the stomach. We are going to use grey, a German grey or dark grey, something like that. I have dark grey, which is what I've been using on these miniatures, so I'll use that on the tubes on the stomach. And then we've got a few, I'm not sure, I don't know if those should be coloured or just grey. Anyway, whatever. Once they're done, we will give it a tickle with some gloss varnish, and then we can weather the wotsits out of it. We've got some panel lining to do with Payne's Grey and rust streaks. We got some corrosion to do on all the brassy bits. So we are technically on course for finishing in time. Technically on course. The reality is, I've got no idea if we are on course, like if we're really going to finish on time. I suppose less chat, more. For example, this trim here, this is one of the few, the only shoulder pad which has this little extra bit of trim. Thankfully, one of these is, this is a different shoulder pad. That can go splat on there because it's different. It's all different, like. JD, a quick fire rule I use for intake versus exhaust is which way is the air meant to be flowing? If it's going from bottom up, then probably an intake. But if it looks like pushing air up and out, it's exhaust. I think that's vaguely how my brain works as well. I try not to think huge amounts about it. Although there are definitely some things I look at and go, for example, like the Land Raider. Okay, so all right, you can see these. I don't know what axles. I suppose they're axles, right? They run. There's a wheel. There's a wheelie bit in between the round bit, between the axle. Is that an axle, or is an axle run from left to right entirely? Whatever. There's a wheel attached to that cylinder. And then you're supposed to be able to fit 10 geezers in here, right? Or 20 Space Marines in powered armor. Is that right? Is my maths? Am I remembering the rule correctly, or is it 5 Terminators and 10 powered armor? Whatever. 12 powered armor geezers, I think it is. Where does the engine go? Like that's a radiator thing, right? That's a radiator of sorts. That's an exhaust pipe, exhaust stack. 5 Terminators, yeah. And so I think it's 12 or 14 powered armored geezers. I updated the set of pictures into mini chat. Oh, there we go. Dude, I thought you did a really lovely job on that. Lovely. What greens did you use? Out of interest, because I did like them. To me, they look. I mean, are they definitely not sort of? Are they contemporary armor paints, basically? You couldn't fit them in there if they sprue goo. It's true. But so you have the wheels. You can see just about see them, right? And they go down to like there. Where does the engine go? Somewhere. I don't know, man. I don't know. No, that's true. That is true, Traitor Guardsman. I am aware of that. I mean, frankly, they couldn't. If the vehicles were true scale, assuming the Space Marines were vaguely true scale, I've never thought that the tanks are correctly scaled to the humans or whatever, because otherwise they're big vehicles. They're big vehicles, right? Summer of the Rainbow. The Land Raid is electric and runs off the Marines' nuclear power packs, and exhausts are there to vent all the mail, which is... Hey, that would explain a lot, actually. I'm glad you didn't say it was powered by Space Marine farts. Because my brain briefly did go there. I mean, would it have enough torque, though? Like the little backpacks. Is it going to provide enough power to provide a suitable amount of torque? What am I painting now? Oh, the tubes. The little tubey bits. By the way, we only do... Oh, we're up to 4 hours stream already. Okay, well. So I think tomorrow is going to be some Trench Crusade. A little bit. See if we can make a little bit more progress on at least 2 of them. That would be delicious if we can do that. And the Land Raiders are an interdimensional hull maintained by the Emperor. That's true. We're only going to stream for 2 hours today after reaching for... Did I say 2 hours? I don't think I said that, Squeezle, did I? It is a weird thing. I do, obviously, like, I do need to grow this stream, and... we are going to have to consider some things. He's got a weird shoulder pad on his right. Have I buggered up? Oh, God. I swear to God. If I've mixed up... Were they supposed to be a pair? Urgh, damn it. Oh, well. Thankfully, I have a weird shoulder pad here. With the Legion number on it. Instead of just the teeth. Doing the time warp? I don't know. We are going to have to consider some things for the stream, though. Because we do need to... Like, it's... I don't really like talking about this stuff, but... Because I don't want it to sound like a grumble or anything like that. Do need to grow the channel, though, and we need to figure out the best way to do that. I don't know if that means necessarily changing stream days or times or anything like that. I hate doing that, but it sometimes needs to be done. It's all a bit of stress. And then I do believe, though, that making dreaded YouTube videos is definitely a good thing to do, though. Oh, we've done this one. We've done this one. So, ooh, hello. Okay. You're done. Oh, God, you're not done at all, mate. So tonight, after I've had located some food and showered and stuff, we got... few more items to add to the store, or at least as many as possible. As many as my brain can cope with. All the ritual design ones, basically, is what I'm currently working my way through. So that's... I think he has about 60 items that he's roughly in his... whatever the word is. Catalog is the word I'm looking for. That I'm able to sell. So we've done... I'm not sure how many we've done. I've done so far. I've done a few, though. Accidentally done one twice, so I need to remove the second one. The repeat. Ninja! Did I miss the alert? Thank you so much for 75 months in a row. How the devil are you, dude? How the devil are you? Let me locate the button. Unless the alert noise was ridiculously blended with the end of that track, we're going to have to look into that one. Thank you so much, dude. No alert. I've got the stream alerts there. Hold on. We're gonna remedy this situation. I don't understand. Hold on. I got a little bit of steel to paint, just because it's on the brush. How are you doing? I hope you had a good Monday. Wait, I hope you had a good weekend. Happy Monday. That's what I meant to say. It came out all kinds of wonky. Now let me see if I go to Stream Elements. That's thrown. Stream Elements. We're logged in to my YouTube account. Let me go to my Twitch account. The music has stopped. That's probably a sign of things to come. If I go to data and reports and I go to activity feed, and then I go to yeah, I know. Ninja, it's not appeared on the activity feed. What's going on? What the devil? It's not appeared in my... Hold on, let me go to my Twitch activity feed. I see it resubscribed for 18 months at tier 1. I see that. Why is it not appearing in stupid stream elements? Let me refresh the page. You're doing very... Unfortunately, I'm very sorry to hear that, dude. I'm very sorry to hear that. Was this kind of... you know, on the agenda? So I can't think of a better way to say it at the moment. It was in the 90s. I've been unwell for a good few years. Good innings. Good innings, 90s. That's like, yeah. Oof. Sorry, let me... I still don't understand why it's not appeared in the activity feed, and I'm very irritated about that. Is there any way I can make that appear? Yeah, it's not appearing in... I can't re-spin that alert, so that's a weird one. Was expected. He took a turn last Thursday, picked up over the weekend. I mean, without knowing details, I mean, it doesn't sound like it was a drawn out thing, which I personally think is like for example, my grandmother, she had Alzheimer's. Well, you might remember I looked after her we looked after her for as long as possible, and then it got too bad, and she just ended up in the home for like last 3 years were just very unpleasant. Like that, I'm almost grateful she had Alzheimer's and didn't know what was going on, but it was not a good time. Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of that because I just don't understand why. I don't understand why the alert's not appearing. It's made me very irritated. He had dementia. Oh crikey! He was in a home for over 8 years. Yeah, well, yeah. I know exactly. Well, yeah, my grandmother she had falling over and horrific. There was one like she bonked her head on something. I don't know what it was. It was like a golf ball sized swelling. It was just like, you know, perfectly smooth, like, well, she wasn't like shaven headed or anything, but like, you know, scalp, and then just like half a golf ball, just like whoop. They gave him 3 months. My grandmother was like that. They didn't. We were thinking that it was going to be quite soon. And then like 3 or 4 years later, it happened. You know, it was, yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry, Ninja. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the resub. As always, thank you. We are kind of, oh, hello. I don't know what, yeah, as I said before, we are doing some Trench Crusade tomorrow, which we have printed up, and we have already been painting. We're working on some of the mercenaries, the observer, the person with the massive rifle, and the ammo thing, and the witch one. The witch general, or whatever it's called. I'm not really sure what it's called, truth be told, but it's a thing. So what are we going to do? I don't even know. Hey, it's appeared. What's wrong with the bots today? They are so slow. Hey, that's fantastic. I'm very glad to hear that. That's made me very happy because I was stressing out about that. That should have appeared. It suddenly appeared in the bot and scheduled for 8 minutes ago. I don't know. Something's been very slow. But thank you so much, folks. I'm just going to have a quick butchers. I'm not entirely sure what we're going to do. Sometimes we just go bonk, and sometimes we just go. Let me have a. We might. You know what? Tonight we're just going to bonk. We're just going to bonk. I think, unless let me have a quick scroll down here. Actually, you know what? Any raid is a good raid. Let's go and raid Jangles. We do raid her occasionally. She's doing some body painting. She's doing... I completely misread what she's doing. But there is a copy and thing to paste if you are on Twitch. YouTube, you absolute saucy devils. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I am back tomorrow for some Trench Crusade. Friday at 4 o'clock as well for some Ultramarines. I hope that you have a lovely rest of your day. We're going to quickly just do... So I'd like to say thank you very much for YouTubers. Don't forget to like, subscribe, hit the bell for notifications, and all that kind of good YouTube stuff. Thank you.